Hello everyone, welcome to Gdansk, Poland, week number 6 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton along with MakHARADZE, and we have just 2 weeks left on the Junior Grand Prix and every point counts towards the final. This week in the women's event, we have contenders for medals and for a spot in Nagoya.
Sumitara Kanazawa of Japan owns 15 points from her win in Varese in week 3, and Yujae KIM of Korea has 13 points. They need another second place or a win here to put themselves in a solid position for the final.
Sophie Jolene Bud Felten of the United States has 11 points, but she also possesses the technical strength for a win here. She will need her triple axel and quad and a clean program, but if she delivers, she can take this title.
Switzerland's Elizabeth de Baron and Kaoru Kawada of Japan are on the outside looking in, but they have the skills and the quality to challenge for the podium here.
38 entries from 35 nations as the women take to the ice for the short program here in Gdansk, which begins right now. Welcome everyone to Gdansk, week number 6 on the Junior Grand Prix as we do a flyover of the Olympia Arena. This was built in the early 1970s and in fact was the area that protected the Solidarity movement. I'm Ted Barton along with MakHARADZE. This is a fascinating facility, of course. We've been here a number of years, Mark, and I did take a tour down underneath this building as to where that Solidarity movement was sort of housed during those very tense days. As we take a look at the starting order, so much history here in Poland, so much history here in Gdansk. We take a look at the starting order for this very long event, 7 groups, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a long and exciting day of competition, and certainly the history is steeped within the walls of this building, but also the Federation and the Association of Volunteers here are very experienced in looking after the skaters, and whilst it may be a little chilly, there's certainly lots of support from the volunteers who are ensuring everybody's well fed and well looked after.
Yeah, no, it's terrific. You know, when people say Gdansk, they know where they're going. It's by the seaside. This is a beautiful town by the Baltic Sea. Of course, Sopot is down just about, it's about a 30-minute walk from our hotel, of course, right on the sea. It's just beautiful. Everybody enjoys it because it's very relaxed. It's a little fall-like right now. We're a little bit later in the season.
Yeah, I sometimes forget which... the Junior Grand Prix covering almost 2 months. The last time that I was here, it was certainly a little bit warmer, but love the autumn months as we see the technical panel on screen who are deciding the element order and the element assessment for the athletes taking part in the women's short program.
Yeah, they have a long day as well, the technical panel and the judges. We will start at 9:45, but we'll finish at 2:52 this afternoon with the women's event. So it is a long event, no question, and they have to keep their focus as well. Not an easy job.
Yes, and the focus required is quite demanding. The technical panel and the judges really need to make sure that they are so attentive to what is necessary for the skaters to ensure that the results are standardized in the assessment from first skater up until the very last.
Well, I think in the old system where they had to compare each skater, that was a lot harder to remember, you know, who did what 4 hours ago. But now with the system and just with the point system and all they have to do is value what they see in front of them at that moment, and those numbers will sort themselves out. So we've got lots to talk about. I know we have lots of good questions coming in, Mark, and you can pick your favorite or the first one on the list.
Well, there are some great questions coming in, and just to remind those that are listening, you can tune in with us and check in with us through the Instagram of the International Skating Union, and we're very grateful that Teresa is back on board and able to send any questions that you may have to us so that we can be entertaining you hopefully during the course of the multiple warm-ups that we have over the next few days.
Or boring them.
Yes.
Either entertaining or bore you. We'll try to do both.
You can set a 6-minute timer for the warm-ups in the women's event.
Guys, be quiet now.
Yeah.
6 minutes is over. What do you got?
So has commentating, this is coming from @Sally-Tasia, has commentating changed the way that you personally watch skating? I think that's a good question. Really interesting question.
What a good question. Here's the answer. I don't know. No, just kidding. I think from a human perspective it has. When you're analyzing just technically, you're removing yourself from the person on the ice and looking at just what they have done. You're not taking into consideration any of the stories that we may know, whether they've come off illness or sickness or whatever, or they're just brand new to the Junior Grand Prix. So you're not taking the human aspect, and I think that's why our commentary is how our commentary has affected us and changed how we see it, because it's not just the platform is skating. but they're people. And there's so much more than just the sport. So I think it changes from that perspective.
And I think for me, even last night when I was having some conversations with skaters and judges and officials, it was interesting for me to actually give opinion based on what I like, because as a commentator, our appreciation for what is delivered, I think, is so much heightened. So I am much more appreciative of everything that the skaters offer, because often we are told how people find it amazing that we can find positives for all of the athletes, irrespective of the standard that they are, for the lowest ranked athlete to the highest. But that's not very genuinely the way that I perceive skating. So commentary in that regard, maybe it's commentary, maybe it's life experience, maybe it's parenting, but I now am much more appreciative of everything. Whereas previously, before I was a commentator and when I was a skater myself, I could be far more critical and judgmental. And now it was interesting though yesterday, because I was able to think, this is what I actually like, but I have my preferences, but my appreciation for all is heightened. Yeah,
there you go. Well said. So hopefully we've answered that question. It has changed not how we see the sport, but how we see the people. And we do care for the people, because their experiences, even though they're bad on this day, they're good long term in life. You need those days.
And yesterday, when I was traveling from the airport, I was in a taxi from the airport to the venue with a couple of judges, and they too were saying, how do you manage to find such positives to say about the various different skaters? And I said, because we too were skaters who were commentated, I was commentated on horribly, and so that helps to reshape my perspective for the athletes, because I don't want them to come off the ice and listen to the commentary having had a good or a bad skate, particularly if it's a bad skate. You don't want them to come off and hear the feedback of somebody that isn't aware of all that.
I always wondered why a person would comment on something that the skater already knows.
Oh, yes.
That was a tough skate, it was a bad skate, whatever the case may be. So, anyways, I know we rambled on that, but we're going to do a lot of rambling today. It's a long day.
Be warned. This is a forewarning of the rambling to come.
Set your timer.
6 minutes for singles, 5 minutes for dancers.
Yeah, exactly.
Other question coming in from actually interesting some skaters on the JGP, the Fishers. What is your go-to post-competition dessert? And that is interesting, because when I competed...
Grapes.
Oh, that's so... grapes in the form of...
liquid.
That used to be my thing as a competitor. I was not a very good competitor, but I would always have post-competition dessert. That was the
what was
salvation.
It? Was it special?
It was
beans?
ice cream. No, it was back in the day. I was
okay.
a little less virtuous with my dietary consumption.
Mark is vegan.
Yes.
And so we have completely different diets. So he has shrubs and pine cones and bark and tree tips and weeds and grass and all that stuff. And meanwhile, I eat a good old cow or something.
Yeah.
So,
we may be similar in many respects, but not our dietary consumption.
Our diet, exactly. Mind you, you're a lot more fit. So.
Currently.
Yeah, but I've lived a lot longer. Okay, here we go. Clearing the ice now as we get started here on day 1 of week 6 on the Junior Grand Prix, the second to last stop. Next week, we will move on to Abu Dhabi. But lots of skating to come this week.
Ladies and gentlemen,
there is our first skater representing Poland, Zofia Bochenek. There's a lot of skaters we don't have a lot of information on throughout today because they're new to us. She's 5th in junior here in Poland.
And Sophia will skate to music from Cirque du Soleil.
Some air can't let go as I dangle from the corner of this love triangle.
Come on, who will you be? Will you choose him or me?
I'm beginning to see
the three of us is one too many. Come with me. I've got some money saved so we can go.
Can I go back to my life from before?
Oh, what an amazing way to start the women's short program. The home skater, Zofia Bochenek, opening up this stage of the Junior Grand Prix. It's her first Junior Grand Prix. She's competing in her home nation, and I believe this is her first event of the entire season. And Zofia has just gone out and skated in a manner that appears to showcase a skater who has no nerves whatsoever. She's been so resilient in going out there.
My gosh, she just started with a beautiful triple loop. I think the combination might have been a little under-rotated. We'll take a look at that. But nevertheless, she stood up beautifully with confidence throughout this whole program. So I think that was a great start. She gets a nice hug heading off the ice. We'll take a look at some of the elements in this program, Mark.
Yeah, and a little bit of story time, but this, so crisp. The triple loop was tidy, clean, crisp, and efficient, and no hesitation. And you would understand the hesitation given the enormity of the occasion. Triple loops, double toe, and has gone in the system, is fully rotated.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, just so impressed by the way Zofia has taken on board the situation.
That little heel move, that little feature in the change combo spin, that comes in change combo spin 2 with a V.
Yeah, will not have had all 3 camel sit and upright positions fully established for that to happen. So she gains just 1.5 points for the change foot combo spin. So from a jumps perspective, positive creative execution in all 3 of the jumping passes, which are arguably the most difficult, but it's the spins which have affected Zofia's total score a little bit more adversely.
Yeah, she doesn't have a personal best, as Mark said, with this first time out this season. And actually, this is her first Junior Grand Prix period. So kind of a, warm up and do it right away. First skater of 38. But a good start.
Yeah. And even the way Zofia is conducting herself in the kiss and cry suggests that that is an example of what she's doing in practice. This looks like totally unfazed.
Yeah. Very calm. Not quite often these skaters don't have a lot of experience. They're not quite sure how to feel comfortable. So they're uncomfortably comfortable or whatever, however you say that. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Zofia. 42.58. She is the first skater out in 38 of this event. Nice job. Very nice job. Good start. Our next skater represents Georgia, Ketevan, MakHARADZE. First, don't have any information, Mark, on her international experience at this point. 16 years old.
And Ketevan will be the first of more than one skater to skate to the music Cruella.
I
Georgia's Ketevan MakHARADZE completes her short program in this. One of the least experienced in terms of the competitive arena of all the skaters in this competition. And you can see perhaps the nerves just getting to Ketevan with regards to the big value elements, the triple loops and the triple loop. However, I can corroborate that in warm-up we saw both of those jumping passes done confidently and done well. So this a big step for her in trying to showcase what she's capable of in practice under the pressure of this bigger occasion, the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I find the Junior Grand Prix has been for many skaters sort of a defining moment. Maybe their first skate in internationally like this. We see the triple lutz look to be all the way around, and it is in the system all the way around. It's a combo. She loses the second jump. There's the loop. That one is on the quarter with the fall, of course. But these are defining moments of stress or pressure or excitement, whatever you want to say, and then it either feeds or fuels them for what they want to do in the future, or it pushes them away a little bit. So important experiences.
In Ketevan here, you can see good use of body movement, and the spins were good too. So many attributes that she has capable of showcasing big scores as we see her Bielman.
Yeah, really nice side to back layback there. The Bielman directly above the head. Look at that. You think it's just flexibility? No, it's the strength to pull that leg up against the pressure from the back, which takes the shoulders and the arms plus the flexibility. So it's not just about the flexibility there.
And the stamina to do it at the end of the program when your lungs are burning already to squash them into that shape.
You make it sound so hard. I mean, it's a short program. It's a free program, yeah.
Good to see Ketevan owning her moment in the kiss and cry, sending a little message home to those that are supporting her from home.
Yeah, probably mom and dad back there watching their daughter. 36.34 for Ketevan, and that will put her, well, she's second skater out. It'll put her in second for the moment. And she blows her kisses back to her club mates, schoolmates, and family, of course, as well. And there is our next skater who represents Croatia, Paula KASNAR. She's 14 years old. She was 25th in Varese in week number 3 on the Junior Grand Prix. She has a personal best score of 44.60 for the short program, Mark.
And Paula, as you stated, the first of the skaters who has had the Junior Grand Prix experience already in the past, hoping to build upon all the lessons that she learned in Italy a few weeks ago, skating to Midnight Oil.
I want a love that can take me down. Show me up and cross off all my doubts. I want a fire and a steady man. Come on, show me if your love can. Write my name in crimson red. Cross my heart and back again. I want a kingdom where my love can stand. Come on, show me if your love can.
Croatia's Paula KASNAR completes her short program, and she will be just a little bit frustrated to not manage the triple-triple, which we saw in her last event and in warm-up. But there, Coach Ivana Igapsevic greets her off the ice, and she looks satisfied with the efforts of her student as they share a hug. And in Varese in Italy, Ivana, her coach, was explaining that the lengths that they go to even get to these events, hugely long car journeys, so much support from skater, from coach to skater.
And you were talking about the rink closing in the summertime, so the traveling that they would have to do to just get trainees who see the triple toe, double toe combination.
And here the loop, which was under-rotated in Varese.
No, it's clean in the system here.
Good. So that'll be a big takeaway for Paula to have the clean loop in the short program.
So the layback there with the side to back, and then the Bielman, just a level 2. So getting 2 out of the 4 features doesn't get that difficult. Exit. And there's the double axel a little bit later in the program.
Yeah, back counter and some body movement. Good example of choreography, and there too, the body movement that will have been designed to be used as a feature, I think, within the step sequence. That one of the potential levels to achieve for the skaters is we see the upright variation for the change foot combo spin, which comes in at the maximum level 4.
There you go. Nice job.
Yay.
Just 14 years old, and that's, you know, it's amazing. We've talked about this quite a bit. If you go back 10 years, the skaters that are sort of relatively new, or maybe not the top skaters of all the Junior Grand Prix, the skill level that they have now is so significantly higher than it was 10 years ago. It's amazing.
And when we look at Paula and all that she's showcased, she's obviously very well taught and very well trained. I think I mentioned, or you mentioned, Ted, that she doesn't have access to the same kind of facilities throughout the summer, which is often the case for a lot of the European skaters. The rinks aren't available to them. So she and the team have worked hard to chase ice. However, there's an element of just time on the ice that pushes those components.
43.02. That'll put her in first place for the moment, at least for Paula KASNAR from Croatia. At least in Europe, you can drive, or you can, you know, it's relatively close. In North America, it's like, okay, over an ocean or not, but there's lots of opportunity there. As we take a look at our next skater representing the United States of America, Sophie Jolene von Felten. We talked about in our opening that this young woman has all the difficult skills. She'll start with the triple axel, triple toe loop planned. So we'll see if she can deliver everything. She's going to be a threat, but it's not yet done. As she will skate the short program, I Will Never Abandon You.
America's Sophie Jolene von Felten, who dedicates this program to the friends and families and the skating community members who lost their lives in the tragic crash earlier this year. Such an emotional piece for a skater that has so much resonance with all that happened.
And a number of skaters from the United States have committed part of their program, at least, to the memories of those wonderful skaters.
Yeah, we kind of underestimate how much that must have impacted.
Here's the triple axel. Let's take a look at the landing. That's all the way, no question. Triple toe loop, though, and that's under rotated. So she'll gather 9.44 points for that first element. The second double axel, or the double axel, pardon me. Nicely done, no problem there, of course. Triple loop. And that is also clean in the system, so good points gathered there, Mark.
Yeah, and Sophie has garnered reputation and admiration for a number of years now because of the triple axel that she has and the quadruple jumps that we know she's very capable of doing, where Sophie continues to work and strive to improve as the component score and the skating skills. And you can see, certainly from a presentation perspective, she's undoubtedly improving her commitment and connection with that program. Very evident too. It's just the continued need to push the skating skills component score, trying to strive for longer glide, longer run of the blade, longer glide, longer ice coverage to push the components up into the sevens. And Sophie's such a high aspiring young woman. That's of course what she will be keen to achieve. She's got the technical goods more than many, more than most for sure.
Yeah, she's sort of the full package under development, but she's ahead of the curve, perhaps technically.
Yes.
And on the development pathway from a program components perspective, and that always comes along with growth and maturity and experience.
And she's doing all the work, as I mentioned, in her first Junior Grand Prix in Ankara. She's working with a theatre and ice group, so that's helping her presentation. She's working with some ice dancers, in addition to her brilliant coaches, Olga and Alexei.
It would be interesting to talk to her and see how she feels that how her participation in that and those type of programs have affected her as a performer. Let's take a look at the scores for Sophie. 58.24, and that'll put her currently into first place. She had some under rotations on that opening jump combination, but she's got to go with them because she can do them. And there is a look at your placement of the top four skaters so far. Our next skater represents Romania, Andrea Cristina Maria LAZAR. And another skater we don't have a lot of information on, Mark.
No, but this is not just her first Junior Grand Prix, but as the advanced novice national champion, she's competing now in her first ever junior event to the track fitting of the costume, black and gold.
Behold the secrets of nature's deepest mystery. Man turns animal for the erotic pleasures of women and men.
If the fish swam out of the ocean and grew legs and they started walking, and the apes climbed down from the trees and grew tall and they started talking, and the stars fell out of the sky, and my tears rolled into the ocean, and now I'm looking for a reason why you even set my world into motion. 'Cause if you're not really here, then the stars, they don't even matter. Now I'm filled to the top with fear that it's all just a bunch of matter. If you're not really there, I don't wanna be either. I wanna get next to you. Black and gold, black and gold, black and gold.
Andrea Christiana Maria Lazar completes her short program in her first ever junior event, and some wonderful shots both to open and close the short program for Andrea. Such a great performer, as you would expect from a student of the Florent Amodio Academy.
Yeah, it really has the sort of flirtatious, you know, feel to that right off the top. You can see she's got the eyes looking right at the judges, playing with the music. So you see here this triple Sakao. Let's watch the landing. That is going to be under-rotated, and then, of course, the fall, and the combo is gone. So just 1.72 off that element. There's the double axel touchdown with the free leg. That's on the quarter on the landing, so losing some points under rotations. Double loop, pardon me. So fine, no problem. Good extension on the landing there. And here's some of the steps, Mark.
Yeah, and as we look back at the steps, Andrea, she changed her plan program content a little bit. There was originally a triple loop intended, and she swapped that for the double axel and elected to later put the easier double loop in. That all tactical for Andrea and the team as she's continuing to be under very much development. But a skater who didn't train much for 3 months in the summer because of her exams, now back in the full swing of things as she takes her moment in the kiss and cry.
Yeah, and it's interesting, when you put your planned program sheets together, you have a certain strategy you're working towards, but by the time you get to the competition, that strategy may have to change for a variety of reasons. Could be an injury, it could be you're just not ready for that.
Yeah. And what's wonderful, although there was that mistake with the one fall, Andrea still appears to be present and in the moment in the kiss and cry. Still looks like she's enjoying it. Had she had the risk of a further triple jump in the short program, that might have prevented her from being able to be as present.
Yeah. 31.66 for Andrea. That'll put her currently into 5th place. It's one thing what you feel you've done, another thing what you see you've done from a scoring perspective, and sort of marrying those two things to the reality at the moment is so important to take the experience, good or bad, at the moment and move forward. We'll take a look at the standings so far after the first group. There it is, the second group taking to the ice. Okay, Mark, question period.
Time to check back in, and again, we are very grateful to those that have sent in questions. We have forewarned already as we see the starting order for the second group of women that there will be lots of time and opportunity to ask us questions. And perhaps as the event goes on, we won't be so shy to answer even the most difficult of those that come in.
We have to be careful, though.
This is true. So one of the very pertinent and interesting questions from @lidk4.1, I think. When will we find out the Junior Grand Prix calendar for next season? Now, that's incidentally a question at LidK4 that I asked Ted yesterday, because I too was wondering.
Well, traditionally it's about 2 months after the conclusion of the Junior Grand Prix series. It's on a schedule of the council to discuss that. I think it's in late winter or early spring. That comes out. It comes out pretty early. Like it's always, we always find out pretty early. I would say within the next 2 months or so, but I don't have an exact period of time. But consistently has been delivered a couple months after the final Junior Grand Prix event, and after the Grand Prix final as well, which is in Nagoya.
And then that gives the skaters and the teams and the federations the chance to just start to consider, you know, the geography and the logistics of what might happen. However, assignments and numbers of participants are based upon the Junior World Championship. So you might get a little gauge as to where you could be going, but then we need the national federations to have success at Junior Worlds to free up more spaces on the JGP.
That Junior World Championship is so important to the development of many nations. Because, like, for instance, in Canada, we don't have a lot of singles that get out, but we have a lot of pairs and dance that get out, right? So you need those results to give you the slots, to give the opportunity to young skaters to go and to get experience and to develop. Now, it's interesting because in the Junior Grand Prix in the recent years, we moved to different locations. Azerbaijan, first time ever. Abu Dhabi, first time ever. We've been to Yerevan twice, and they're looking to expand the sport exposure worldwide. We've been to Bangkok 3 times. I've been to Bangkok 3 times. Exactly. And so it's really, I always find it exciting because I feel that we are pioneers. We're kind of explorers. And we bring the sport into cultures that are not traditionally skating nations, and in hope that it'll catch on and grow.
And representation continues to be evident. Even within this group, we have 5 different skaters from 5 different skating nations, all passionately doing their best to push the sport forward in the respective location.
Now, on one of these skaters, so just to back up here a little bit, we have always had access this season only to the technical panel. The reason we're doing that is because we're experimenting to find out how can we open up the technical panel information so that the audience could hear what happens there. So rather than opening up the channel to them, what I'm going to do on one of these skaters, let's just pick the skater now. You pick, Mark.
I would like to listen into what happens for Pernille from Norway.
So Pernille from Norway, number 8, so she'll be the third skater in this group. What I'm going to do is during the skate, I'm going to say exactly what the technical panel does. They'll call the next element jump. Then they'll, if there is a review, they'll say review, and I'll say review. And next element spin. And then they'll say at the end of the element, change combination spin level 4, review. I will repeat exactly for you, the audience, what the technical panel is saying.
That's cool.
At the conclusion of that program, I will also repeat for you, listening, what they are saying. Now, our replays may not, because we take different replays, or not always, but we have different replays. And my replay that you see here might align with what they're saying, but it may not, so don't worry about that. I'm simply going to repeat for you exactly what the technical panel is saying. And if there is I'm looking for that position. One technical specialist says, I don't see the position. I've looked at it again. I'm a no. Somebody else says yes. Well, let's have a discussion, and then the final decision will be sort of voted on. So I will simply repeat that process for you.
Essentially, this is groundbreaking history moment that Ted is going to speak during a Junior Grand Prix performance.
I'm so sorry.
History.
I apologize for the audience because we never do that, but we feel it's important to begin to open up, and it's part of the 2030 vision of ISU to be more transparent and begin to experiment with audience having access to how does this all get evaluated during the program? What's happened during the program? Maybe in the future, you'll be able to tune in, listen to the ones you want to, don't listen to the ones you don't want to. There's no problem. But for the first time in history, I'm going to do that on Pernille and hope that I get it right. I'm simply repeating what they're saying. So it'll sound a little bit odd, but we're just going to do this with one skater. Interested in your feedback, if anyone's out there listening. And then we will do the review as well after that. We'll see how it goes.
I'm fascinated to know also how many of those that are listening now have ever had the experience of potentially listening into Tech Panel or are even mindful of what is discussed.
Yes.
It's interesting to know.
It is amazing, and I worked on the Tech Panel for years as we developed the system, and I loved it. The teamwork was so efficient. Not in the beginning, sometimes personalities were a little bit different, and we had to work through all that kind of stuff, but the teamwork was, super, and I'm very proud that the technical panel is as good as they are, and I would want the world to hear it so they can. So this is going to be a little history making, and we'll see how it goes.
And because whilst we have had access, and certainly you, Ted, on site for every one of the Junior Grand Prix this season 2025, we have had access to hearing it, and now we're really going to let everybody hear.
Get nervous.
Ooh.
No. No. Here we go. And there is our first skater in group number 2 here in Gdansk, representing Iceland, Saedis GUDMUNDSDOTTIR. She has a 37.46 seasons. That's a personal best score with a 32.41 seasons best score. Mark?
And now proudly representing Iceland, but Ted began in northern Saskatchewan.
Wow.
Skating to Storm by Eric Radford. Iceland's Saedis GUDMUNDSDOTTIR completes a short program. She's been busy recently. She competed in Iceland just last weekend in an event which she won domestically. And she's returned to high school, and she's the Sportsman of the Month at high school for September. So high-flying, high-achieving skater.
Wow, that's cool. Probably a school watching this. Schoolmates.
And how proud they will be to see Saedis Heba competing here. And interestingly, Ted, comparative to Riga, when we saw Saedis, she did double loop there, went for triple loop on this occasion. Is not going to be fully rotated, but pushing herself throughout this Junior Grand Prix as we see the double axel.
And the double axel comes in clean, so that was well done.
This was much better than the warm-up, the triple toe.
Yeah, triple toe loop is on the quarter up into the double toe. And there's the triple loop. That you can see the foot forward on that landing. Actually, it was, it's an under rotation. It's not a downgrade, so that was good.
And that showcasing Saedis and the team working hard to keep pushing forward. So she competed in Riga on the first stage, as we see this cool sit-side variation. And there have been 5 weeks since that event. And obviously now we're seeing the fruits of the 5 weeks of practice to showcase the improvements made. So we see nice finish position as Jana, her coach, joins her, and she showcases Iceland proudly.
Iceland, that's great. Maybe friends and family and schoolmates and the club watching, maybe at the rink.
Yeah.
Watching her skate.
And just the comparison with the event in Riga, Saedis had a downgrade on the triple toe. She had a mistake on that there. So loads of progress made. So although this is a skater that isn't going to be competitive with the end result, brilliant showcasing of hard work over 5 weeks, especially as she's juggled now with the return to school and managing the education timetable too.
This time of the year is always a challenge for the skaters with their schedules. And she anxiously waits for her scores. Quite quiet in the kiss and cry, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not a lot being said.
Some people are really conscious they're on camera, maybe. We'll shout out to all our friends and family for her.
Yeah, there you go.
I hope there are people screaming in excitement watching Saedis now on screen.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the scores for Saedis. Season's best, 37.37. And that'll put her currently into 4th place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in this event. A long ways to go yet. Well, our next skater represents Poland, Weronika FERLIN, and she has a personal best of 47.08, earning that in Baku just last week on the Junior Grand Prix, Mark.
And Weronika, the second of the Polish women competing, hoping to really relish the chance to skate in a home Junior Grand Prix. She struggled a little bit in the warm-up, hoping for success now. She skates to Remember from the Lion King soundtrack. Well, that the face of a very, very happy Polish skater, Weronika FERLIN. As you said, Ted, competing last week on the Junior Grand Prix, achieving a personal best just over a week ago. And this one, even better, managing the triple flip, triple toe loop, an upgrade in what she performed in Baku.
Yeah, what a great, and we saw, I mean, I was there live. I saw her abilities in practice sessions and warm up, and you can see the kids here just thrilled with her skate. Yeah, that was outstanding. And you saw her smile from ear to ear, so proud of herself for getting to that level that she was trained so hard for. As we take a look, here's the triple flip. Tight in the air, feet together, gets all the way around, reloads, triple toe loop. Let's watch that landing, and that is on the quarter. That's okay. Triple flip, triple toe in the books with a 9.50 points for that one element. Here's the triple loop. Good to soft knee, straight up in the air all the way. Nice and clean. She had only one review. That was it. So 7 elements, 1 review. That's a nice clean program, Mark.
Yeah, and when we think about a year ago, Weronika FERLIN competing on the Junior Grand Prix was scoring 42 in a short program. Last week there was an upgrade. I can't wait to see what Weronika and her coaches will think of this. Coaches Svetlana Korobkova and Maria Damagala, who will be so happy.
Well, this gives her confidence that she, was searching for, because she can do it. She did it. Now what? She's going to go to herself, well, if I can do that, what next, right? And those are defining moments in the skater's career.
And I think particularly great for Weronika and her team because the warm-up wasn't good. So to be able to then rely upon the training, yay. Yeah,
and that's so important to be able to do that, come back from a bad warm-up and be able to refocus the mind to deliver under pressure. Super. Smiles all the way around. Well, season best of 53.92. Look at the face. She's going, whoa, that is a big score. So well deserved for Weronika FERLIN. She takes over second place. Now, just a reminder, this next skater, Mark will introduce him. I will talk through the program exactly what the technical panel is calling, and then I will go exactly with what the review process is. Different for you folks, but we're going to give it a try. Here we go.
And that will happen for the Norwegian skater Pernille, a skater who has lots of experience on the Junior Grand Prix. She too using music from the Lion King soundtrack.
First element, jump.
Pernille with Norway.
Level 3. Change flying sit to level 3. Camel spin. The shoulders have changed. Still in the camel. Yep. Stays at level 4. Change camel spin in at level 3. The entry. One. No edge. Short. Hops okay. Sit forward. At the end. Change to level 1. Change from level 3 to level 1. Oh, checking again. Looking at the change combo spin 3. 2. Just slow with the arms. Here goes to level 1. Change to level 1. Triple cell, triple toe, triple loop quarter. Flying sit spin 3. Change spin 4. Double axle. Change combo spin level 1. Step sequence level 2. Elements confirmed. Elements authorized. There you go. That was the sequence of events happening live on the technical panel for this skater. Following the conversation and saying it always a little hard, but it's such a cool process.
And we thank Pernille for the opportunity for you to give that analysis. And hopefully that gives her a little further insight into some of the calls that she's had with the lower levels on the change with combo spin and the step sequences. We see a score of 37.25 for Pernille from Norway. 6th place for her.
Oh, that was hard work listening to that and saying it at the same time. So, but that just gives you an idea of what the process is. It's quite amazing in a way. We take a look at our next skater. On the ice, representing Andrea PAZOS GUERRA.
And Andrea, we have seen performing in this venue last year, again now using I'm Still Standing.
You can never know what it's like. Your blood like winter freezes just like ice. And there's a cold, lonely light that shines from you. You wind up like the wreck you hide behind that mask you use. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Once I never could hope to win. You started down the road, leaving me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down. And if our love was just a circus, you'll be a clown by now. And don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Andrea PAZOS GUERRA completes her short program, aspiring to achieve more than she did when she competed in Ankara in Turkey just a few weeks ago. A skater who has competed on the Junior Grand Prix a few times and always so proud to be representing Andorra, the country which she represents. And so we see the double axel, which actually I think from a biomechanical perspective was better than we've seen from her before. As two double toe for Andrea.
Nice. That was nice.
And here we see going for the difficult variation from low to high, from the sit to the camel. This was great, the sit behind feature as part of the change foot combo spin, which comes in with the highest level for Andrea of all the spins that she had. It was a level 1 for the other 2 spins, but level 3 for the change foot combo spin, and done well. And I enjoy seeing Andrea coming back and returning, and I enjoy seeing that push for progression. I'm excited now to see whether or not she will be able to push above the personal best ISU score that she has from this event last year. It was 26.32 last year. However, this year on the Junior Grand Prix, she's at a 20.32 in the short program. So perhaps not a personal best overall, but in line for a season's
she's got
best.
a season best to try to beat, and the personal best she may not. We'll see.
She does have a time violation of a 1-point mandatory deduction, so not sure that can come for the length of the music totally being over or under the required 2 minutes and 50 seconds, plus or minus 10, or perhaps the other
element was
beyond the.
beyond
there we
that.
go.
Yeah, could be.
And skaters are only allowed 30 seconds from when their name is called to also assume their start position, but I'm pretty sure she was okay.
No,
with
no,
that.
she was fine there. Yeah. Says the judge, Ted. I think.
I think so. I think you're right.
Yeah. Well, the scores for Andrea, season's best is 25.28. That's still a little bit short of her personal best from last season. That'll put her currently into 9th place. Our next skater represents Ukraine, Oleksandra DELIAMURE. And not a lot of information. Mark, do you have some?
No, I struggled to find information on Oleksandra. No Junior Grand Prix experience, no International Skating Union scores yet. So blank canvas for which greatness can hopefully come for Oleksandra.
She was
Ukraine's Oleksandra DELIAMURE completes her short program. And just looking back, the only reference point we have for Oleksandra is participation in the Edge Cup. That was the only event internationally that she did in the 2024-2025 season. But based on the skate that she had at that competition, this is a significant upgrade. And we're just waiting to find out the review of the technical panel in regards to the rotation done on the triple loops and triple loop.
Yeah. And we can see that actually the triple lutz double toe, which is a downgrade on the double toe because she did a toe axle right there.
Yeah.
There's the triple loop. Look pretty good. That's under rotated on the landing, but great mechanics and good takeoff on the back outside edge. There's that double axle leaning outside the circle. She really worked hard to save that. Had to step out, take some minus in the GOE, taking points away from the base value of it. There's that change combination spin level 3. Didn't get that inside edge there.
Working hard to try, but not managed to sustain the necessary 2 rotations on the edge. And I was referencing Ted, looking at the Edge Cup, the event that she competed at last season. She had an under rotation on the triple lutz there and on the solo jump, the triple flip on that occasion that last season. So to have the triple lutz deemed as fully rotated, to me, that's a coup.
That's progress. That's the hard jump, and you want to get that clean. And I think it was just unfortunate. She just had rotated too much on that toe pick on the double toe loop because she didn't have any flow going out. She came around in a circle. So, you know, you want to have the landing of the first jump flowing backwards, not hooking around the corner to keep that momentum, which is energy. Convert that energy up into a double or a triple. And she lost the energy after the triple lutz. So, but she got the triple lutz done all the way. Progress made.
And all developmental ways in which the skater and the coach can take away positives. So the fully rotated triple lutz, that's the positive you take away. The way in which now she moves forward with that rough landing, if it happens again in competition, to try to still get a fully rotated double toe, all adds up to the repertoire and vocabulary of understanding that the skater has to tap into subsequent events.
Yeah, and out of the 7 elements, 4 have a minus GOE. Remember, those are the points for the quality, and you can add points or you can subtract points. So 4 of those elements have minus GOE, so there's some work to do on the quality of the landings or the spins themselves. We'll take a look at 35.42 for Oleksandra, and that'll put her currently in 8th place.
Currently in the 8th place.
And there is a look at just a moment at the standings after 2 groups of 7, 38 skaters in total. And as we take a look at the standings, we will be going to an ice resurfacing, which is the video playback series. What have we got lined up there, Mark?
Well, stay tuned to see our must-watch moments from Baku, from the Junior Grand Prix that took place in Azerbaijan last week, and then to the interview of the winner, Yujae KIM from Korea, at that event.
Hope you enjoy those videos. We'll be back with group number 3 from Gdansk, Poland, right after this.
Here are Mark and Ted's must-watch moments from the 5th stage of the Junior Grand Prix in Baku, Azerbaijan. In the women's event, Korea's Yujae KIM came into this event following disappointment in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment, where she finished in 5th place. But here, she took gold and now puts herself in contention for her 3rd repeat as a Junior Grand Prix finalist. What about the men's, Ted?
Well, thanks, Mark. In the men's event, Minku Seo of Korea wins his 2nd Junior Grand Prix event, skating to Genesis Symphony Part 3 by Muse. He won both the short and free. He fell in the quad sow in the free program, but cleaned the rest of the way. A smooth, wonderful, beautiful skater. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to France's Ombre Perrier Giannassini and Samuel Lank-Klapperman. They were the favourites coming into this event, and they absolutely delivered, and now they're likely to have secured their place in Nagoya, Japan at the Junior Grand Prix final.
My extra must-watch moment from Baku, Zofia Nekrasova from Estonia. She skated a snowstorm number 4 Romance. Sophisticated and charming, and she has a very, very bright future.
My must-watch moment goes to Belgium's Denis Kruvlov. His achievement in winning a silver medal in Baku is the first time that a Belgian man has won a Junior Grand Prix medal in almost a quarter of a century. His skating was quality, as were his jumps, and I can't wait to see him compete again in 2 weeks' time in Abu Dhabi.
Champion here in Baku, Yujae KIM of Korea Congratulations, first of all. You were 5th after the short program, and then you did a brilliant free program. How did you feel about your skate?
I didn't feel the pressure well in the first round, so I wanted to clean this time.
Well, you certainly did that. It was a beautiful program for sure. Now, what happens next for you?
I have national competition, want more perfect program, and my clean program is I was very happy.
Yeah, you should be. It was absolutely spectacular. Well, congratulations. We wish you the very best the rest of the season. The champion here in Baku, Yujae KIM of Korea.
The following skaters might now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Slovenia, Ula ZADNIKAR. From Australia, Isabella WANG. From Serbia, Nadja SAVIC. From Switzerland, Elizabeth Dibber. From Finland, Karina Inos.
Many others who aspire to achieve the points necessary to qualify for the Grand Prix final, which takes place in Nagoya, Japan in December.
Mark, do we have any questions?
Yes, thank you to those that have sent in questions to the International Skating Union on social media. And one of the questions that's come in from @Lucy Brailsford: what is a jump or spin that you would like to see more of in a program?
More of. Jumpers.
Do you know what I saw recently online? I think it was the Skating Scores that shared it. Was a double Euler,
Yeah, cool.
which is super cool, and that
I like
was
the inside axle too.
love an inside axle.
Yep.
So I mean, we're talking these terminology, and for the
Yeah.
those that are listening that perhaps don't know,
Yeah, what are they talking?
these are unique jumps that aren't necessarily listed or rewarded as readily. So if you think, or 1 foot axle, if you think of, go and search Jill Trenery, a former American world champion.
She had a great one.
1 foot axle, triple salto.
Triple salto. Amazing. It covers so much ice. Beautiful.
And that would be, in terms of what we would like to see in more of in a program, I am mindful that we will never see that kind of thing, or it's highly unlikely that we would see that kind of thing done now, because it doesn't have the same value. It looks impressive. It was an amazing feat. It would garner, applause from an audience, but it doesn't carry the same value that justifies using it. So,
Yeah, it's not been given a value, a point value. This is now more, objective. You know what the value is for every one of the elements you do. You strategically put your program together to gather the most points. So
Yeah.
if that's not given a value, that 1 foot axle, which I think it probably could.
it would, but I suppose it would
Yes.
justify using it. It
No.
was unique,
Yeah.
clever, cool, different,
Yeah.
applause-worthy,
Yeah.
but not the points
But
that...
not the points that you need. Yeah. Okay, good question though. Yeah.
One thing that I would say on what we'd like to see more of, there's a skater from the States who does a super cool jump combo. She'll do a triple salto to rotating to an anti-clockwise direction. She lands, as conventionally as we see most of the skaters do. She changes edge and does double salto the other direction straight away. Sonia Helmer from the United States of America. She's a really cool skater, and that's a really cool combo. But it's not likely to be seen by many because its value is... it's hard to justify doing something that is actually incredibly difficult, but doesn't at present get the same quality.
Have we confused the audience?
I'm sure I have taken us all on some gobbledygook.
Yeah, down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think that the rabbit holes that I go down now should be called rabbit holes. They're more like
Endless
badger,
tunnels.
endless tunnels. Yes.
There you go. Okay. Do we have what else we got?
Next question coming in: do you prefer to compete on the ice early morning or late at night?
Compete?
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll give you the first compete and then second skate and train.
Yeah, I gotta go with. I'm not a night person though, but I'm an early morning person. But competing early morning.
See, I actually think right now, given the choice, I would say I would rather compete early morning, get it out of the way so that my brain can't wreak havoc with my brain space, worrying all day long. If I could just get in, get it done, boom.
And then you'd be worried about what you just did all day.
For the rest of the day. So maybe it's just because that's not it's not conventional. Most of the skaters will compete later in the day.
How about midday?
I can deal with that.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, what do you got?
Okay, next question coming in. One that comes in quite regularly and surprisingly, how often this is repeated, comes in from @Jarang Jarang. any favorite costume so far? So many of those that are watching tune in and ask us this question.
That's good. You know, it's a really good question. We don't have a favorite yet necessarily. We're probably a couple that we picked out. We've never really mentioned about costumes, but we think now we should be talking about giving credit to the designers or the costume makers, because it's pretty spectacular what they're doing. And so we don't really want to get into that look thing, but there have been a couple special ones. Last week, was there?
I am going to go for Irina Napolitano and Edoardo Comi from Italy.
Yes.
Their free skate.
Yes.
That's a standout one. But you're so right, Ted, that we perhaps will be able to share some of the designers, not because that we're trying to support anybody's business necessarily, just to respect and appreciate some of the work done. And we will have some that really stand out, but all of the skaters on screen now, none of the costumes will impact upon their scores, but there's again another factor into the sacrifices that they and their families make, because these costumes, which look as elaborate and spectacular as they do not come
they don't impact the score, but they impact the impression, they impact the story perhaps, and so maybe in some ways they add to the overall experience, which is, you can't quantify it, but it does have impact in a human impact in some ways.
Absolutely, and we all are drawn to certain types of clothing, and we all have our different styles. And interestingly for me, over the past week, as I tried to listen into a little bit of the fan analysis of some of the Challenger Series events, the senior events where we start to see some of the Olympic contenders competing internationally, I know that there are some skaters that have used costumes that they used last season. They haven't yet got their new costumes ready, and it's come to great chagrin from the chagrin. Yeah, I think that's the right word that I want to use. Frustration of those that want to see the
Thank you. That's English. We understand that one. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. Our next skater on the ice from Slovenia, Ula ZADNIKAR. She competed last week in Baku. She has a personal best, the season's best, 45.27 in the short program. She takes her starting locations. Mark?
And already in this event, we've seen some skaters really level up from their participation in Baku, choosing to be able to learn the lessons that last event offered them. Ula hoping for the same as she skates to Strange Birds by Birdie.
Little ghost, you're listening. Unlike most, you don't miss a thing. You see the truth. I walk the halls invisibly. I climb the walls, no one sees me. No one but you. You've always loved the strange birds. Now I want to fly into your world. I want to be heard. My wounded wings still beating. You've always loved the stranger inside me, ugly, pretty.
Slovenian Ula ZADNIKAR completes back-to-back Junior Grand Prix short program performances. And actually looking back at Ula's performance from last week in Baku, she had a brilliant skate there, and she has showcased further consistency here. And now this is the chance for us, as she shares a lovely hug with Coach, a chance to really dig deep and dive into the analysis of the different skates. Last week was a clean skate, but the grades of execution on this performance are greater than that of last week. So clean last week, better quality even still this week as we see the opening triple loop.
There's the triple loop, tight feet in the air all the way around, nice quality, positive GOE.
A lot of consideration for the takeoff of this triple salto.
And that is clean as well. This is only one review. So for the panel, there's a pretty clean program. There's the double axel a little bit later. It was just the layback spin here at the end of the program was reviewed, and it's a level 4. So there are no minus GOEs. So she's not losing any point value on the quality of the base value of all those elements. That's such a good mark, you know, such a good report for her.
Yeah, and now the opportunity for Ula now 2 consistently good short programs. Now, for me, perhaps a less telegraphing of the upcoming elements. So the double axel and the triple salto, you could tell Ula was checking out of the connection with the components to make sure the technical element score was done. Makes sense. She did the job. Now that's the next layer of improvement.
Yeah, no question.
A next layer.
Ula ZADNIKAR from Slovenia has earned in the short program 47.06 total points, which is
There's a score of 47.06, a new season's best for Ula. That'll put her currently into 3rd place. That brings a lot of joy. Better skating, better points, better results, and a positive climb, if you will. Yeah, really great experience.
And now we move on to one of the youngest competitors in this junior women's short program, Isabella WANG, the first female from Southern Australia to be selected for the Junior Grand Prix. And Isabella gets ready to skate to the Andrew Lloyd Webber music from Phantom of the Opera. 13-year-old Isabella Wang from
Isabella
Australia
Wang,
completes her first Junior
Australia.
Grand Prix short program. And I skated that had a unique program composition, choosing to do two of the jumping passes as some of the latest elements in the program. And unfortunately, this occasion was a little bit too much too soon, or too much too late perhaps, for the jump combo, the triple toe.
Yeah, and interesting, later in the program, she attacked that first triple toe loop, didn't work all the way as we see the opening double loop, sorry, that's my mistake because I was pushing the buttons too late. Here's the triple toe loop, this first one, looked good in the air, and a little bit of a hook on the landing, too far back on the heel, catches the heel on the ice, has to take the fall. Good entry and fast camel spin with the layover, and that heel feature there, and this is in actually at a level 3 right at the end of the program. Difficult. Exit.
And Isabella, as I say, championing Australian skating. And our coach Richard Laidlaw, he was at the Skate to Milano event with Douglas Gerber, and now here in Europe, from Beijing a couple of weeks ago to here in Europe. And he's doing a great job with the students and the further development of that corner of Australia and pushing figure skating forward.
It is amazing the commitment the coaches have to make because this is, although it is their living, but when you go away with one skater, it's not so much. And traveling all over the world, when you have skaters at home, and you got to have a team of coaches, and it's endless. It's 7 days a week, 24/7. And it's not one skater, it's a skater and their family and their parents, and maybe 15, 20 skaters you're looking after. It's a lot.
And a little bit of sign language there from Isabella, I think, to somebody at home.
Yeah, 37.84 for Isabella. That'll put her currently into 6th place. Not certainly what she's capable of doing, but this is an important experience for her to gain the ability to produce what she can under pressure. And you can see the skills. They're there. A couple of mistakes here
Next
on this occasion.
Representing Serbia,
Our next
Nadja
skater
Savic.
representing Serbia, Nadja Savic. And she has a personal best back last year at 34.43 in the Ljubljana Cup.
Skating to Please Don't Make Me Love You.
There's only so much that a heart can take before it starts to break. Please don't make me love you. Please don't make me need you. I've no room in my life for something like this. Please don't take my mornings. Please don't steal my summers. I know they will vanish the moment we kiss. I grow weak when we talk. I'm confused when we touch. I should just walk away, but that's asking too much. Please don't make me do this. Please don't make me want this. All my dreams were taken until I met you. You're the one I think of as soon as I awaken. Funny how the heart tells the mind what to do. And
Well, Mark, such an interesting skater. We were talking a little bit off air. I mean, this skater has wonderful posture, beautiful positions, and a feeling to her movement, to her choreography that's already built in the skater. Yes, some work to do technically for sure, and she made some mistakes today. But you look at this and take away the mistakes, which are obvious, as we saw them, right? She's got a lovely, lovely base skating skill. Still work to do on the skating skills, but the movement, as we see here, really beautiful.
Completely agree, and I think I'd go higher on the components that perhaps the judges even have. As we look back at the rush to take off, you felt like she snatched a little bit to try to get the success on the triple Southko, but you see the outcome there.
And here's a look at the double loop. Not a problem. The arm, right arm went high for her, and you know it's not ready. Her body position in the air is not ready for the multiple. That was a beautiful flying sit position in the air. We see some of the movements here, just the reach back with the head and the arms, taking the time. Now, her skating skills got some work to do to be balanced over every foot. That double axel didn't get up and all around. Those are obvious mistakes. But past that, there's some beautiful aspects to this young woman's skating.
Yeah, really aesthetically pleasing movement, showcasing good body control. But from a technical element score, still very much under surveillance. And you can see with the finish position, gorgeous, really beautiful. But the layback spin, that too, having some travel. So the judges are forced to give this a score that's not reflective of the beauty of her movement. However, the potential that we can see behind that is definitely.
And, you know, I know this is a bad comparison, but when you see a beautiful house being built, but you don't see the beauty of it yet, because you see just the base floor, then you see the pillars, and then you see the drywall. You see it being built, but you don't see the end result. That's what we're seeing here. The coach is doing a very good job at building the basics. They're not all there yet, because it takes a long time to build all those things. So I think he's done a terrific job. She's done a terrific job. Much more to come and much more to be built, but good start. Lovely skater. Let's take a look at the scores. 35.20 for Nadja, and that will put her currently into 11th place. Our next skater, third at Junior Nationals of Switzerland and third in the Riga Cup, the first Junior Grand Prix this season, Elizabeth de Bern.
As we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, Elizabeth has the potential to go on and potentially vie for a spot at the final, but hoping to continue the success that she had in Riga, skating to smile.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, of crying, you'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile.
if you just smile.
Elisabeth de Baron, the first Swiss woman to medal at a junior Grand Prix in
Elisabeth de Baron,
24 years,
Switzerland.
when she won bronze in Riga on the first stage of this 2025 season. And I find it so interesting, Ted, Elisabeth skates, as we see these great skaters and the better skaters within the event, to consider them the analysis, because as they get better, as Lorenzo Magri congratulates her ringside, then you have to dig deeper into the analysis. And the presentation component for Elizabeth was brilliant. Smile the track, smile she does.
Yeah, and you could see her energy coming off the ice, pointing to something that she had done on the ice, and that energy is, take a look at the double axel, rides off, beautiful flow off that double axel, a little bit outside the circle, but grabs that landing, extends the free leg, just beautiful. There's the triple loop all the way around, no problem, good extension as well, right into some really nice choreography on the music, as we take later in the program the triple lutz on a lean, but sets herself straight up into the triple toe loop, gets a nice 12.29 points for that one element. And you can see the smile start to really grow on her face as she continued throughout the program, Mark.
Yeah, and the presentation, the engagement, or the expressiveness that Elizabeth showcased to that program, so on point musically, and I think a reflection of the lovely young lady. I remember chatting to her when she was receiving her bronze medal in Riga. It just emanates joy, as Lorenzo, and she makes your hearts. But the skating skills that she showcased at the very beginning,
Fist pump. Little fist pump, yeah.
They were choppy and weaker,
Yeah.
but it was almost like then the way that she's been taught in her later stage of development for the harder stuff, that was really well trained.
Well, I think the thing, those, the other beautiful movements that she has covers up a little bit her forward stroking, her forward skating,
Yes.
if you will, a little bit choppy. She's got some work to do on that, down on the knees, using the curves. That'll come in time. The rest of it is being constructed and built just wonderfully, and we see a happy young skater, and we'll see what her scores are. She has a 61.02 as her personal best, but this is a 62.51. They are, oh my God, that was hilarious. A nice little high five, then a double fist yes
in the
pump.
first place.
That was awesome. She takes over first place.
And they win the kiss and cry reaction
Oh,
as well.
they, totally.
9.5 for that, I think.
She's in first on both accounts at the moment.
Next to
Great
skate
job.
representing Finland.
Our next
Karina
skater
Innos.
representing Finland, Karina Innos. And she has a 51.26, but that was her last season on the Junior Grand Prix. We haven't seen her this season yet on the Junior Grand Prix.
Karina skating to Lacrimosa. Finland's Karina Inos, who I was just looking to her, I was thinking when she opened with the triple lutz, triple toe, wondering why we hadn't seen Karina this season thus far, but she was 7th at the Finnish test skates, which I think dictated the assignments for the Finnish skaters. And I think then perhaps just struggling to be able to deliver throughout the course of a full short program, because whilst the triple lutz, triple toe was good, triple loop was good, she obviously popped the mandatory element, the double axel, as Elisa Draai just assesses what happened.
Yeah, and it didn't look so far off the takeoff, but we will look at that again here as we see her in that sort of dramatic opening pose, and great shot by our cameraman. There's the triple lutz. A little bit on a lean, but she gets a free leg back right away to get up into the triple toe loop. It is on the quarter landing on the triple toe in the judging system. Here is the triple loop. Again, a big lean, but she stays with her body posture, the core part of their body strong. That's pop right here. Oh, you can see the left
slip.
The takeoff edge slipped out to the left, and you don't want to do that going sort of lateral on the ice or in the air. So difficult there.
And then when we consider the program component scores for Karina, perhaps she's just amassing the confidence that she had to be more successful last season, we need her to try to have the self-belief that will allow her to present a little bit more. We can make the comparison with De Bern from Switzerland, who was so outwardly expressive. But definitely Karina Inos more than capable of getting even this season higher than she had last season with the 51.26, just managing to deliver it all in the short.
And it wasn't only about the single axel.
No.
There were some elements of expression and things that can be worked on to make it a really all-round program. But a very strong skater, a good sense of if she's slightly off, she doesn't let it go. She keeps the back strong and the core part of the body strong, and manages to pull out some of those jumps that are in a little bit of a lean, but she did a beautiful job.
And now for Karina, is managing to up those program components so that even if the mistake happens, you've still got a buffer with the program, the second mark.
Karina Inos from Finland has earned in the
44.02 for Karina, and that'll put her currently into 5th place overall at the end of group number 3. Okay, we'll take a look at the standings so far after group number 3 as we enter group number 4, Mark. And we've got a list of questions perhaps coming in. Oh, and we thank everyone for sending the questions. It allows us to fill the warm-up session with some answering your questions, some interesting topics.
Yeah, and we have many a warm-up in Gdansk, so there are many questions to ask. So one of the questions that has come in, and this question has come in a couple of times thus far, Russian skaters participated in the Olympic qualification event. Why did they not participate in these? So the Russian athletes did compete in the Skate to Milano qualifier event as neutral athletes, and we will not be seeing Russian athletes compete in the Junior Grand Prix. As to when that will change, we're not sure, but it is a question that is repeatedly asked of us, but that's dependent upon things that are happening globally.
Yeah, this is way above our pay grade. There are obviously IOC and ISU and all sorts of considerations which we're not privy to. We know that the ISU and the IOC have certain processes they follow, and they allowed that to happen at that qualifying event under very, very strict rule, if you will. And so, we don't really have an answer to that.
And that's just, it's our honest, open, I think it is important that, when we're asked questions, we'll do our best to answer as honestly and openly and transparently as we can. Transparency is part of the Vision 2030 from the International Skating Union, and so we're mindful of it. But as to when Russian athletes will return to competition, we're not sure, but that is something that is, out with the skating community.
Yeah, and we will answer honestly with the things that we know, honestly. We're not going to answer with something we don't know.
Yes.
We don't know that whole process. We don't know what the future of that holds.
But that said, that we are also in an admission of complete transparency and honesty. We are conscious also that there are athletes who are perhaps born in Russia and that train and represent other skating nations, and that's something that is evident and has been evident in our sport since I competed. So
well, there's a process for that, and if you follow the process, it's fine. We have Canadian athletes representing other countries, American athletes representing other countries. That happens. The process out there set out by the ISU. You follow the process, and you can represent a different country if the process is followed.
Absolutely. And for me, personal experience, I competed in a dance partnership with an American athlete because it's hard often to represent the skating nation that you come from, especially in partnerships where it's so challenging to find somebody that's the right age requirement, standard requirement, goals, and mindset to share from the same nation. So,
but you didn't skate for America. She skated for.
And that is often the case. Is that you would, as a generalization, tend to represent the nation which has a less strong field. So, thus, the opportunities are greater. So that's why we see, you know, some of the strongest skating nations like Canada. They have a plethora. They have more rinks, more facilities. So you have a greater pool of skaters to choose from. But obviously, at international events like this, there are certain maximum entries for each individual nation.
Yeah, and I love your accent, but it would never be an American. It just does not work. Okay,
I quite like to do accents, but I don't have the confidence that you do to pull it off. So
well, they have a whole variety of accents. You never can. Okay, carry on.
So next question coming in from @Jarang again. What do we drink while commentating? Coffee or tea? We would love to know.
I got hot water at the moment.
Well, I think we're very mindful, Ted, that this event, as long as it is, I have hot water and lemon. So I think we are really we're in the marathon. We are being, it's like
we're in training.
We're in training. We really are. And I think I would have also got more sleep had I not had to be at the airport till nearly midnight last night trying to find my luggage.
Everybody in this production room thanks you for making sure you change your clothes. So.
And I actually don't know if I could have turned up to work today having to wear the same clothes.
Exactly.
So that, I think, there's one more question that's come in. So a question is, what from @JustTabby, what is your favorite spin? Okay, I'm going to subdivide said question. What's your favorite spin to watch, and what was your favorite spin to do?
I think, let's see, the favorite spin to watch. I like to change combo spin. When you get I guess it depends on how well it's done.
Yeah.
But change combo spin, if it's extremely well done with beautiful lines, good speed, certainly center, and difficult positions, that is fantastic. I also love the fly, when you get a really big fly on a flying sit spin. But probably that, and in my era, there was no, you must stay in 8 rotations. You must stay in 6. It's like, get down in the sit spin, and when you're tired, get out.
Yeah.
So,
2 rotations and done.
Yeah, I kind of like the sit spin because I could use my free leg to whip it around to get good speed. Probably an ugly position, but has good speed. Okay, how about you?
I actually love to see, but we don't see it now, a flying camel. We rarely see flying camel conventional entry now because the skaters will use a butterfly entry as a level feature. But I used to love to see a really gorgeous flying camel.
True.
And I used
you
to
get a lot of
like
speed
doing
up
that. I really enjoy flying camel, but I also when I was a single skater, I could do a back Bielman. And it was my little bit of a trademark. But now I've had shoulder surgery, and I'm also not going to contort my body into that shape.
Like, maybe we can do that.
That's my training.
Tomorrow morning.
What, shut me up? Get me to try a back Bielman, and that's the end of the...
A back Bielman, that would be very fun. I think we've seen the odd skater do it.
I think there's only perhaps... Oh, no, I think I have a video somewhere, like a relic of a video. Maybe I'll post that today.
A relic
video of me doing a back Bielman in the
chisel on the wall.
But maybe now with AI we could superimpose our faces, Ted, onto like amazing feats of figure skating. Maybe we could see you do quadlets, triple toe combo, and just put your face on that.
Yeah, but people easily would not believe that. Exactly. Okay, here we go. And group number 4. Day number 1 here in Gdansk, the women's short program, as we enter week number 6 of the Junior Grand Prix. Our first skater represents Bulgaria, Krista Georgieva, and she was the bronze medal winner at the Junior National Championships in Bulgaria.
And Krista competed here at the Solidarity Cup a year ago in 2024, and she has the planned program content to usurp that 32.51 personal best she achieved there. Skating to You Don't Owe Me.
You don't owe me. I'm not just one of your many toys. You don't owe me. Don't say I can't go with other boys. And don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to
Krista Georgieva representing Bulgaria, and I've written down so many things that I appreciate in Krista's performance. She's got gorgeous neckline, such an open posture. I like the fact that she included a plane spiral. I like the flip Euler transition. There were so many lovely little touches in that performance by Krista. Of course, the triple loop will be problematic for the score, but I appreciate so much of what she gave.
Yeah, she is really, you know, she was connected to the music and the character. There's the triple loop, and just has to step out, but she doesn't take the fall. That was saving a lot of points. Here's the triple Salchow, gets a free leg unwrap and into the double toe loop. Not a lot of flow through it, but gets it done. And then the double axel set up a little bit here. And watch the arms of the free leg go way back, way forward, into a twizzle on the landing edge. Some of the steps here, Mark.
Yeah, this the kind of flip Euler, split Euler, and then change in direction. So multi-rotation, that good for the composition of a program, and good use of body movement from high to low, multi-dimensional movement. So that's another factor for the judges if they see multi-dimensional movement, is we see Krista working up into that Bielmann position. And that was I liked her difficult exit without keeping the stag. I don't know if she got the feature, but
yeah,
it was more
she got level 2, so she's missing 2 of the features, yeah.
Looked nice. Maybe better for the grade of execution than so many of the skaters doing the same features that aren't always as beautiful. It's that fine balance of get the level from the tech score, but trying to achieve the quality from the judges on the grade of execution.
Short program score for Krista, 45.06, and that will move her into 5th place overall at the moment. Lovely qualities. And very expressive face.
Yeah.
Both on the ice and in the kiss and cry. Our next skater represents Slovakia, Alicia Legojova. Mark.
Alicia was so wonderful last week in Baku. Elegance with tech content, difficulty to skating to Stranger in Paradise.
I saw
Well, Mark, what a lovely skater. We saw her last week in Baku, and we're impressed there. But to me, this was a better performance this week.
Alisa
But what a
Lengelova,
lovely skater.
Slovakia.
Beautiful, beautiful jumps. Softness, soft knees, wonderful upper body movement throughout the program.
Well, I completely agree for Alisa Lengelova from Slovakia, and I was just trying to look at the grade of execution input by the judges for some of the elements. The double axel to me showcased, I would go as high as +4 grade of execution. It ticked so many of the criteria for me for a positive grade of execution, and that was the case for so many of the elements. Just well packaged, well trained, and well primed to make the judges give the scores that she wants.
Look at the lift on that triple loop. There's absolutely no question of cleanliness on that landing. No review at all. The double axle is huge across the ice. And here's the triple lutz, triple toe, more than halfway through the program, straight up, tight rotation. Watch the landing all the way. Beautiful.
And really interesting because on the landing of the lutz, as we see the good use of depth of edge here in the step sequence, at least it looked like she clenched her teeth a little bit to get the triple toe done, but then resumed the effortlessness required on the landing for the judges.
Yeah, just a moment of fight and then the moment of presentation. Yeah. There's the side to lay back up into the Bielmann. This is level 4 at the end of the program. All of her elements are in the positive GUA. There's nothing subtracting points. She's only adding points because of quality and difficult elements. And I think you might see a new leader here, and it will be well deserved.
Absolutely, and just interesting to consider the comparison with last week. So it was a 55.85, but she did struggle with the triple in Baku. She was under-rotated on the triple toe, but this performance just effortless comparative.
This, she showed us who she is and who she can be in moving forward. This was beautiful. Season's best, 64.77. Even a nod of approval with a look from Sergey, and that moves her into first place. Brilliant. Beautiful. It all came together here in Gdansk.
He's reacting more positively than her. Normally he's hard to impress.
Yeah, he doesn't hardly move in the kiss and cry, but that was pretty good. Our next skater represents Poland, Oleksandra Janikowska, and she has a 43.08, season's best, earning that in Riga, week 1 on the Junior Grand Prix, Mark.
And 5 weeks since that performance for Oleksandra Janikowska, 5 weeks of training, but with an added excitement of competing in a home Junior Grand Prix as she skates to Charms. Oleksandra Janikowska completes her short program in Ted. I was so excited because she started well with the triple lutz double toe, and I thought she was showcasing a skater that was going to be far higher than the 43 points that she achieved in the short program in Riga, and then the single loop.
The single loop. And she set up for that for a long time, and when she went to pull the trigger, the upper body and the lower body just did not talk to each other as much, and it just pops open. It's the only jump that takes off of one edge without the assist of a free leg or a toe pick. And it is, we've seen people fall off that edge. You know, that's that risky jump, but we'll take a look. Here is the opening triple lutz. This looks pretty nice in the air. Nice tight feet all the way around. A double toe. She had planned triple toe, but she did the double. It's okay. And here, watch here. She's going to, and then down on the knee. The upper body starts to go. And it just, that free leg just opened up. Actually looked pretty good on that back outside edge. And then, I don't know, it just popped open. Here's the double axel a little bit later. And she fights really hard right there. Right up into the twizzle. Nice.
Yeah, and I think knowing the loss of points. Interesting though that a triple loop, which is around just under 5 points, dependent upon the quality of the skater's execution, you know, it's interesting to note that Alexandra's going to come in with a fairly similar score to that which she achieved in Riga, despite that big omission from her tech score. So that will be some salvation for Alexandra to know that the work that she and the team, Svetlana and Maria, have done has paid off. She would be looking at a much bigger score had she managed that element. But she's smiling now in the kiss and cry, and that's wonderful to see.
Yeah. The Polish skaters are doing much better now. You're starting to see stronger performances, more technique, difficult elements. Season's best at 43.82, even with that loop. So that would have been significantly higher. That'll put her currently into 8th place. Not where they want to be, and that's good. You want to have set your goals a little higher, but they're on their way. Our next skater represents Armenia, Sofia Karapetyan. Sorry, I said it wrong. Karapetyan.
And Sophie had her 16th birthday on Wednesday of this week, skating to Egyptian music. Armenia's Sophie Karapetyan completes her short program. An interesting skater that we've seen now. Third season on the Junior Grand Prix, 16 years old this past week, and I think showcasing more performance ability, maturing in her commitment to the Cleopatra stylization, but she will be frustrated because of the mistake on the biggest value element for her, the triple salto, which was the opening jump combo that incurred the fall.
And as we often talk about, it's so difficult to carry forward disappointment into the rest of the programs. We see her a little slow in the air with rotation legs, so a little bit apart, and she slid on the landing, so was getting a little bit further behind the music. There's the double axel, and that is in clean. That's okay. Just one review, actually, out of the 7 elements, just on the first combination. So we take a look at the flying sit spin. That's in at a level 4. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 elements out of the 7 that are subtracting points from the base value for the lack of quality, but just by a little bit.
You're winding up for the camel spin, so the women in the junior short program can elect to do camel spin or layback spin. It's more common that we would see the layback, but here you see Sophie going for the camel spin and the donut. Feature the attempt and the difficult exit as she now analyzes the post-performance with coach.
Short program scores for Sophie, 33.47, and that will put her currently into 17th place. And there is our next skater representing Korea, Nayeon KO. She was 7th under national senior championship, 7th in Varizze in week number 3 on the Junior Grand Prix this season, Mark.
And earlier this year, Nayeon suffered multiple fractures in her right foot, could only start jumping again in May, and has had to be cautious and careful. So delighted to be competing at all. She prepares to skate her short program to the popular piece by John Powell, Assassin's Tango. Korea's Nayeon KO. And as I said, this is a skater that has been through so much with the injury that she suffered early this season. It is a wonder that she's competing here at all. She had a great free skate in Varese, but she struggled in the short program at that event too. However, this event, she's increased the difficulty. She had a triple toe in Varese. This time, aspiring to increase the difficulty, wanting to be competitive.
Yeah, and as you said, Mark, last year she won 2 bronze medals on the Junior Grand Prix. So she certainly has the record and the ability. She's probably new, you know, just getting competitive experience back this season. We said beautiful triple lutz, but did not push it up high enough and fold in tight enough on the triple toe loop as we see the triple loop, and just too far back in the heel. Looks like she's losing, not confidence, I don't want to say that, just not enough experience yet competing as we see the double axel later in the program. A really, really good skater, still working her way back after those injuries, Mark.
Yeah, and Nayeon was honest in admitting that she's got to be very, very careful and took that fine line. She's obviously an excellent skater. She's been a medalist at Junior Grand Prix, wants to go back to that, capable of it, but needs to measure that with being able to stay injury-free and still train at all. So it's a huge psychological aspect for a skater that's coming back from injury, and we're glad to see her and want her to stay healthy.
And you know that these young athletes question and said, well, will I get back? Can I get back? Because it's a journey you have to travel to know that you can do it. And she's partway through that. And even with these mistakes, she's well on her way. You can see it in warm up and practice. She can do them. Didn't do them in competition, but she will.
And I actually really like the free skate for Nayeon. I think the chasing cars by Snow Patrol that she uses is more suited to her. So hopefully she can do as she did when she competed in Varese and utilize the frustration of the short program to relax into a good free skate.
Yeah. And you know what? In the big picture of things, I don't mean that in a bad way, but these Junior Grand Prix don't matter to the whole season. They matter for the building of the season, and if you're in contention to try to get to the final, they do matter there. But for many of these skaters, it's about building, and she needs to build her way back to other events later in the season. 50.11 for Nayeon KO from Korea, and that'll put her currently into 5th place. That's 50 points with 2 mistakes.
Yeah.
Well, that concludes group number 4. As we can see, the ice is starting to get resurfaced as we take a look at the standings so far in this event. Naglova and Diebern and Von Felten, your top 3 skaters so far in this event. Mark, what do we have lined up on the video playback during the ice resurf?
During the ice resurf, we have the winner in Varese, Sumika Kanazawa, and we will see her compete in the next 2 groups. She's going to be in the 6th group, so we get to hear her interview following the win that she had in Italy, and then to our figure skating basics series and the discussion of what constitutes good grade of execution on a sit spin.
I hope you enjoy the video playback. We'll be back right after this.
Sumika Kanazawa, omedetou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
Now, this is your first Junior Grand Prix. Did you have any expectations coming into this competition?
初めてのジュニアグランプリで緊張を絶対すると思ったので、とりあえず楽しむことを目標に出てきたので、優勝できてすごい嬉しいです。
And now you work with some incredible coaches. How important are your coaches to you?
いろんなことを教えてくれたりして、すごく自分のこう毎日一日一日成長していける存在ですごく頼りになります。
Next week we see the 3-time Junior World Champion Mao Shimada return to the Junior Grand Prix. She's your training mate, you train with her. Is she a big inspiration to you?
トリプルアクセルを練習するにあたってやっぱり真央ちゃんの練習してる姿を見たり4回転してる姿を見たりしてきたのでやっぱりすごいこう今同じジュニアとして戦ってるのが自分でも驚いてるぐらいすごい存在なので、来週も演技楽しみにしてます。
Well, you've made a great impression in your first Junior Grand Prix, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the season. Arigatou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Figure Skating Basics.
In this episode, we're going to discuss GOE, which stands for Grade of Execution, better understood as the quality of the elements.
Now, you can get a maximum of 5 or a -5 based on the quality of your execution, of course. And this can make a huge difference in the end result of a competition for a skater. Now, student Mark is going to execute, first of all, a good sit spin. Is that right?
Well, we'll try.
Well, we'll check it out. Mark, really nice stretch, free leg, pointed toe. That was awesome.
Well, that's one of the judges' criteria. They have a positive feature chart, and a good controlled, clear position satisfies them to give a better grade of execution.
Now that was pretty well centered, nice and smooth, very quiet blades as well. And now Mark's going to intentionally make a bad sit spin.
It might not be so hard.
Yeah, it may not be difficult. Let's see.
Well, I tried to stick to the clear criteria that the judges have. So they have a reductions for errors chart. Some of those things have a traveling spin.
You did it.
A poor position.
Oh, yeah.
Slow.
Yeah.
And a weak exit.
Oh, totally.
So if the skater achieves the maximum +5 GOE, grade of execution, that can add 50% more to the value of their element. Equally, if it's a -5, the worst possible, then that can take 50% away from the value of the element.
Well, that concludes our episode on the GOE figure skating basics.
Let us know what you've thought of this series, and please also let us know what more you want to see from us here at the International Skating Union.
following skaters might now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Canada, Hannah Quinn. From Liechtenstein, Salome Schmidt. From Estonia, Marta
Welcome back, everyone,
Maranello.
to Gdansk,
From
Poland,
Ireland,
and
Juliana
day number 1 of
Haller.
competition here, the women's
From
short program, as we take a look at the start order for group number 5. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty here on the site. It's so interesting, Mark, to have the conversations with the people that we see here, the coaches and the team leaders and whatnot. And I want to do a shout out to the team leaders because of the work that they do. I know that the one I know, we know them all. We've spoken to them, but I was just speaking with André Bourgeois, team leader and the Next Gen director for Skate Canada, and he's been here at the rink, I don't know how many hours, with that big, huge red coat that he's got on. And, you know, not only coordinating the events themselves and making sure the kids get on the bus, as we take a look at Hannah Quinn from Skate Canada, it's plus they got the medical staff and the coaches, and they're really responsible. And we haven't really talked about the job of the team leaders. They do an amazing job, all of them. And of course, the Japanese team leader here, I believe, is retiring after this event. We'll get a little bit more information of that. And she won't judge anymore or team lead anymore, but we'll get back to you a little bit more on that. They're just remarkable people who have this pure love of not just the sport, they obviously love the sport, but they really love the skaters, and they love that close contact and helping the skaters through the really difficult days and times of difficult performances.
And sometimes a team leader, just for reference for those that aren't familiar with the concept of the team leader, so each respective skating nation will send their skaters and their coaches, and particularly for the larger, stronger skating nations with more multiple entries, they send another person that is designated as this role of team leader. And I think the team leader, it serves as such a pivotally important role because they can have an independent support of the coach and the skater. Of course, the coach will look after the athlete, and we really promote the safeguarding of the young athletes and the coaches to be mindful of the human perspective. But having a team leader there, just another person that's not really as invested, that can just give from a very pure place of love and care for the human.
And not only the team leader there, but the medical staff as well. Like the big teams have a doctor and have physiotherapists. And so any of the injuries or things that need to be done, I actually accessed, I had a bad back in, where was it, in
Baku? Bangkok maybe?
Yeah, I think it was.
We're on the roller coaster.
I don't remember. You know, maybe it was in Baku, probably. Yeah, it was in Baku, it was. And the Canadian doctor or physiotherapist just moved, you know, just worked on my muscle, and I could walk the rest of the time because I was not able to walk very well, right? So that was great, and they do that for coaches or anybody really needs the help. So it's a wonderful family and a wonderful group and part of the Junior Grand Prix and Senior Grand Prix as well.
And to be fair, that it is the likes of Skate Canada or the American skaters, the Japanese skaters, these skaters with multiple entries that are more inclined to have a team doctor, more inclined to have a designated team leader, independent team leader. But I've known many an example whereby a skater from a federation that is less established, that doesn't have those resources, will then be offered the support from. So it's not like, you know, they're inhumane and don't get competition, it's dog eat dog, and they don't support at all. You know,
quite often the big teams are helping the smaller teams if there's an injury or something like that. They really, it is a big family, and it's wonderful to see, and it's an honor to be part of. Okay, any questions there, Mark? What am I talking about? I saw them all come in, so there was a bunch of questions.
I'm going to take one before I get to the multitude of questions that have come in through the ISU. I had a question last week from @IKELEBI, which I didn't get round to, and it's one, though, that is repeatedly asked of us. And so the question is, I'm sure you get this a lot, but could you share your favorite program and by which skater?
Of all time.
I think so. However, I would say to Ikelebi that I'll give you that now. However, it's important for me to acknowledge that on a different day, I can have a different designated favorite. In the same way as, like, sometimes I like salted caramel ice cream, some days I might not like ice cream.
You're wishy-washy. You're all over the map.
Yeah. So, but I'll give you my today's, but it might be different tomorrow.
Oh.
So today, it is Lu Chen from China, short program 1996 World Championships, which I believe were in Edmonton, Canada.
Yes, correct.
So that was at a time when I was just learning to skate. I hadn't been, oh dear.
See, laces or something.
So yeah, I was just learning to skate. I was just starting to watch figure skating, and I remember Lu Chen from China skating a short program. I think she may have won the short. She was second overall, but I just remember thinking, wow, you're really lovely to watch.
So one of my favorite programs, Brian Orser, 1986 in, I think it was Geneva, and it was spectacular. And his Olympic performance as well. I mean, he was the first skater, maybe not the first, but one of the first skaters to have a lot of transition, difficult entries, difficult exits, at a time that there's no guarantee of getting any value of that. So he, and I'm not saying that because he's Canadian, you go back and take a look at that Geneva World Championship in 1986, I believe it was, could have been 85, and also the winning performance in Cincinnati for him, 1987 and 1988. The detail of the performance, he was just, fantastic.
Ushi Kessler?
Ushi Kessler was the pro.
I think, Ted, that I need to, you've mentioned that before, and I'm conscious that was one of your favorites. I need to go and check it, but I think I don't know if I can bring myself, although, I was going to say, I don't know if I can bring myself to watch more skating. However, last night at the airport, I did watch endless skating.
Listen, you're a skating geek. I mean, that,
I might have to set an alarm to remind me to watch it tonight.
Okay.
I'm going to do it right now, but I'll give you a question.
Whoa, no. Slow down there.
Warm-up's over. Quick alarm to set to watch Brian Orser.
Here we go. We are on day one here in Gdansk, week number 6 on the Junior Grand Prix. The women's short program, we're starting with group number 5 of 7. We will start with the Canadian athlete. There she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing
Hannah Quinn. She started at the age of 3, and we asked her, what makes her coming back to the rink? She said, my friends make me come back to the rink every day. They push me harder and make me feel good while I'm at the rink. And her proudest moment was representing Canada at a Junior Grand Prix. Hannah Quinn from Canada. Well, from Canada, Hannah Quinn, what a great debut on the Junior Grand Prix. And it was just, to Mark, I was just saying to you off air, it was just 2 years ago that she was 22nd in pre-novice nationals. 22nd.
Wow.
And here she is at the Junior Grand Prix, has a clean program for her. 2 elements are under review for the rotation on the landings. We'll see what happens there, Mark.
Yeah, but Hannah Quinn from Canada, we got to meet her yesterday, and she just oozed such a joyful energy being ringside in this venue.
She's so happy to be here, and you see that joy with a success or a fall or whatever. She's just happy to be here. You can see that all the way through, and she performed beautifully in practice and here in the competition. There's the triple toe loop. Let's watch for the landing. That was clean. Let's watch the landing here, and that is on the quarter. So that's okay. That's good. Still well done. Triple. And we'll take a look at the triple loop. This is an under rotation. Watch the landing right there. That goes in as an under rotation. Other than that, there's the double axel a little bit later in the program.
I love both the landings of the loop and the axel. The right back outside edge presented. She had a little look at the judges straight afterwards. And she's a fun and engaging performer, and I'm always a sucker for a nice extension through the fingers, and that was very evident there in the change combo. Oh, look, nice classy hands.
If she keeps her joy of skating like she did on the ice there, every time somebody watches her skate, they'll get joy from it.
Yes.
And if she keeps that, and that's important. Okay, you're gonna have your bad days, but don't let that always take the joy away.
Yeah.
Right? It's a beautiful sport.
In the discussions about how to engage more people, you know, emotional connection, I think, is what engages humans. And you know, good to see Hannah Quinn at the age of 15 already being mindful of the emotional output to attract and engage others that are watching.
And she doesn't have a person best. This is her first Junior Grand Prix competition. She's going to have a pretty nice, tidy little score here. And what a great job, Hannah Quinn from Canada.
Paul Parkinson, the coach?
Yep. And he was here last year with another student. I think he's been here 4 times. 53.25 for Hannah Quinn. She looks thrilled. The dog is happy. I think that is. And so is Paul. Nice job.
Good teamwork.
That puts her currently into 5th place. Our next skater represents Liechtenstein, Salome Schmidt, and she has a season's personal best of 31.93 in the short program, earning that week 3 in Varise. Mark?
As you say, Salome has had 3 weeks of training since the last Junior Grand Prix, skating to Gloria Regali.
So divine, wake again in paradise, crowned in glory, fear no more, winter's misery, or the coming. Though you're recalling peace and understanding, forever may you reign. Forever may you reign.
Salome Schmidt representing Liechtenstein. And this, a performance comparative to that which she had in Varese, much stronger. She had a fall on the combo in Varese, and she had an under rotation on the triple loop and the double axel. The triple loop currently being reviewed by the technical panel, but nevertheless significantly stronger, and you can see how she feels about that performance as she hugs her coach.
Yeah, it's cool to see the skaters in the second time in the Junior Grand Prix really react to, okay, that was better.
Yes.
Regardless of where the points are in the standings and whatnot. So you see the triple loop here. This is under rotated still, so that will be similar to Varese, but as we take a look at the triple Salchow all the way around up into the double toe loop, that was nicely done, nice and clean. And
a smile from our coach ringside was nice.
Yeah. And the double axel, this is a little bit of a squeaker, but she gets it done. Get the free leg back, and she did. And then the layback right at the end. This is just a level 2, so missing 2 features there. Not sure she got the side to back. I didn't see the side position. She gets the Bielman, and maybe the hop at the end. And she's happy.
It brings me so much joy to see coach and skater happy with what has been delivered. And that's when, fortunately, on this occasion, the scores are going to be ramification of that for Salome and coach Elena. But it doesn't really matter insofar as they have just showcased under the stress of performance a representation of so much hard work that has gone up to this moment.
Yep, absolutely.
And you can see in Salome's face, there's just relief, joy, a mix of just
everything.
Yay.
But still a free program to come. Season's best, 39.43, and that will put her currently into 13th place.
In the 13th place.
And there is our next skater representing Estonia, Marta Helena Prangel, and she is a 46.17, season's best at Bangkok just a few weeks ago, where she placed 19th.
And we saw Marta in the warm-up just struggling with the boots, trying to tape them up, so hope that all is okay for Marta as she gets ready to skate to Goomba Boomba and go for Mambo. Estonia's Marta Helena Prangel completes a short program that had some progress from Bangkok. Bangkok, she had a double loop, so popped the triple loop. On this occasion, she fell, but she rotated and kind of developmentally, I'm sure coaches and skater would be happier to have showcased the commitment to the jump.
Yeah, to turn it rather than to pop it, for sure.
Yeah. But I for one, love now Goomba Boomba and go for Mambo.
Well, you said that pretty cool. I was impressed the way you said it. I would have been embarrassed, or everybody would have been embarrassed for me the way I would have said it.
Maybe they are embarrassed for me too.
Great. And here's a look at the triple Lutz. Nice and solid, tight in the air. Little loss of speed on the landing, but really not too bad at all. Triple Lutz, double toe loop combination. Here's the triple loop. And too far back on the heel on the landing. Can't get the free leg back to stabilize the landing. There's the flying sit spin. I took that because that was a beautiful fly. And this comes in at a level 4 with a plus GOE. So she's earning good points. Just almost 4 points for that one spin. There's the double axel. That was solid near the end of the program. Right into the... Watch her change of edge. Back inside edge on the spinning foot. Then to the forward outside edge. Nicely centered. Exactly what you want. And that combo spin came in at 4 with a plus GOE. And here's the layback spin, level 4 as well. So only one element in the minus mark.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're referencing often rotation and jumping passes. For Marta Helena, the triple loop that had a fall comes down. It takes her to about 1.45 points when you take the deduction. The double loop with the mistake that she had last time had 1 point. So it's still a little bit better, but it's more than that. It's the commitment as Stéphane Lambiel joined Marta.
Yeah, you know, if you're an experienced skating coach, as Stéphane obviously is a skater as well, as when you start to take a look at the overall, you can say this is progress, but a skater may go, I didn't feel it, because he's watching it and she's feeling it. So you have to really walk them through, well, this is where you made progress here. So it's such an important, you know, piece of information for the skater to get, to understand, well, I guess that was better. Let's take a look at the scores. For Marta Helena Prangel from Estonia, 49.50. That is a season's best, and that will put her currently to 7th place. Nice. Our next skater was born in the United States but represents Ireland, Juliana Farrell.
And Juliana, another athlete competing in their first ever Junior Grand Prix. She's the 10th athlete to represent Ireland on the Junior Grand Prix since Irish skaters began competing on the JGP in 2008. Ireland's Juliana Farrell completes her short program. Shame, Ted, that there were the falls at the beginning of the program.
Yeah.
For me, change foot combo spin was really good.
Beautiful.
Great speed.
I brought that in because traveling 3 turns into it really centered it nicely. Good speed. Wonderful job. But unfortunately for her, she's going to feel those important elements, not only for the points, but important for them to feel they're making progress on difficult skills, right?
Yeah, and the pride of obviously wanting to get the jumping passes that you're capable of. Interesting, though, that the planned program content for Juliana included an easier triple salcho, but in performance, she was going for the hard triple lutz. And although there's a fall, she certainly looks more than capable as we look at it now.
Yeah, just body alignment on the takeoff, so we see triple loop. That looked good in the air, and the feet, her foot was right on top, but the free leg was too far forward, too long, pushed her body back, and she had to take the fall. Double axel, and gets that done later on in the program. That's clean. And there's the traveling 3 turns we see into a really nice fast camel spin. Look at the speed of that change of edge right there, back forward, back inside to forward, outside, traveling. Unfortunately, the judges will have to reduce that GOE score for that. And in fact, that spin comes in with a minus 0.80.
But interesting that for the little stutter into the finished position for Juliana, but the change of edge, the forward outside edge on the camel, so hard to maintain speed because the circle size tends to get bigger when you change onto forward outside. And I want to know what her hack is there, Juliana. Great work on that.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Good balance. You could see her confidence in those traveling 3 turns coming in. She was gaining momentum and those just whipping around there.
So money marks.
Yeah, she felt really comfortable with that spin. That was the most comfortable element, I think, for sure, in her program for her. And it garnered, a good 3.70 points. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Juliana Farrell from Ireland, 34.99, and that will put her currently into 21st position. Our next skater represents Chile, Maria Ignacio Castro Brito.
And Maria, another of many skaters on this penultimate stage of this year's season, competing in her first Junior Grand Prix. Back to black, the Amy Winehouse track, the music for her short program. As you see Maria just assuming the rotational position she will use in this program.
Me
Chilean skater Maria Ignacia Castro Brito. And actually that woman there was waving her flag before the warm-up took place. As I walked back from the little cafe area, that flag was so proudly waved.
Cool.
And has probably been waved very, very proudly, perhaps by a family member. And I love to see it.
We see a growing number of countries participating from South America.
Yes.
And it's not a continent that has a lot of ice rinks.
No.
But it's great to see the expansion, and the energy of the volunteers there is extraordinary. So we're starting to see more skating from South America, which is really a delight. Let's take a look at some of the elements in this program. Here is the double Lutz. And that is going, both those are downgraded. So they're landing forward or more than a quarter, and so that gets a downgrade to the lesser value. And the single axle, which you're required to do a double, so that gets a 0. Double loop, and we haven't done a rotation on that, but better. And traveling 3 turns here at the end of the program into the change combo spin base level.
And for Maria, so much of the performance, she still maintained performance. She still had a smile on her face. And I would say, as a vast generalization, a lot of the skaters from the South American countries, they do perform. Technically, they are weaker than their performance value and performance level. But I enjoy this engagement there. There's still a definitive commitment as Denise Yaramilo, the coach, joins her.
And just waiting in the kiss and cry for the marks. Skater from Chile. Yeah, exactly.
And Maria's only competition that we could find was the Mexico Cup in 2025. And in her short program performance there, Maria had a 19.41 score in the short program. So that's just an indication of where she's at and kind of the benchmark for where she's trying to beat.
Yeah, if she could clean up those jumps a little bit, the first 2 jumps of the combination, that would, the score would be significantly higher. But this score here is 19.23 for the short program. That'll put Maria currently in 25th position. Big smile still. That's awesome.
And now to the American representative here, Kaya Tiernan, just 16 years old. And her mother, Moika Kopacz, was a 3-times Olympian for Slovenia, skating to the Toy Story soundtrack.
Well, Mark, delicate and beautifully presented.
Yeah, and I love the Sarah McLachlan piece from the Toy Story. It's such beautiful music, and as you see the American Support Network applauding Kaya. What a wonderful performance for this young woman. She was the 12th at the US Junior Women's Junior Grand Prix selection competition. So she and her coach, Oleksandra Zaradnicek, were just explaining how delighted they were to be here at all. And she has absolutely stepped up to not just participating, but being competitive in this event. And I'm sure her mother, who I remember watching her mother, I remember her mother skated to Pulp Fiction, like complete contrast to this, as you see the triple loops double toe. But her mother and coach and everybody involved is going to be so proud of Kaya. A nice triple loop.
Yeah, and you can see all the teachings and the mechanics of the technique is really solid. Good lift in the air, nice tight rotation position, and I think this is a great music choice because it's not fast. It is a little bit slower, but the phrasing of the music is clear, and it allows you to choreograph right to the phrasing. So, and I think she did a great job.
Yeah, and as we saw that flying sit spin, I mean, her coach Oleksandra Zaradnicek has so much credit to be taken for the wonderfulness of Kaya's skating, but as she did the flying sit spin there, I could imagine her mum doing the same kind of sit feature, and I'm sure there's some wonderful social media content there, a video of her mum doing it, and then a video of Kaya now out there internationally competing, doing the same thing. So total kudos to the village of people behind Kaya's performance.
Yeah, it's true. Every skater coming up here has a village. Some have cities.
Yeah,
have that
countries,
many people.
nations.
Yeah, countries. Yeah, exactly.
But for Kaya coming in here, I think there were 12 American women who have competed on the Junior Grand Prix this year. She was the 12th, I think, of those. But the score that she's going to get will not be 12th highest internationally at the Junior Grand Prix of the American women that have participated.
Will not be what?
It won't be the 12th. It won't be the lowest of
no,
all those.
No, you said
American
highest. It won't be the 12th, the lowest.
Oh, sorry.
57.05. That puts her in 4th place with a high 5. And she's going, wow, that's a nice number. And now coach is going, you see? Believe in yourself. Exactly. That's the hardest thing, is to get these young people to believe that they are capable of, and they kind of working towards it. They just don't know it yet. That experience may help them. So we take a look at the standings so far, Mark, and I know you're winding up for the questions coming in.
Let's just check. We've got an abundance of questions. I love it. I love the fact that the social media team at the International Skating Union have done such a wonderful job at raising their numbers that there are more questions than sent in to us.
No, we thank everybody sending the questions in for us, because we hope we answer them we are answering them for you, or the ones we can. And okay, carry on, Mark.
Well, I haven't actually vetted all of the questions.
Well,
so then
you better
I'm reading
do that.
them on site. But one of the ones I have just literally read now, Mark, how does it feel to demonstrate jumps for the ISU as a dancer? So it
was a dancer.
Also draws. I want to precurse it. I showed you the ancient video of the double axel.
I saw the double axel. I know you can do a triple Lutz. Did I see the triple Lutz?
No, but we were joking earlier today because last year when the team gave us different content ideas and we use them now within the ice resurface videos, there are some examples of Ted giving me a lesson, and we're discussing the different things for people to look out for when they're watching figure skating competitions. And so last year there was a piece of content created for different jumps, and I demonstrated some single jumps. Now, I wish, in hindsight, that I had trained in advance of that session and maybe at least mustered some double jumps, but it has been 20 plus years since I did triples. Although I wanted really badly to do one more double axel before I hit a landmark birthday, but I just couldn't risk getting injured, so I didn't.
No, I think we'd be a good coach athlete team, because I think you follow instruction really well. And that part you do well. I don't know that I do well, but
no,
you would do well. And you've got pointed toes. Don't need to worry about that. All the small details, it's done.
I mean, my single jumps on there have positive grade of execution. I dare say everybody could get a pretty easy.
You can go into preliminary category right now.
Yes,
and do a
I
good
can.
job. Okay,
yes,
what else you got there?
Okay, moving on. The continued question coming in about our favorite program, but we discussed that, and that's come from others. Now we're going to head into question from Maureen O'Connor. She's in Canada. Shout out to you Canadians.
Hi, Maureen.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning in Canada. What is the craziest time you have gotten up for a competition?
It's funny because you say 4 o'clock. I just had a text from my daughter at 4 o'clock in the taxi going out to the airport.
Amazing.
It was early morning. What's the craziest time to do what?
To get up for a skating competition.
To commentate?
I'm not quite sure it was for us competing or skating. I mean, I had to get up at 2:30 a.m. yesterday from my house in Nottingham to make the 2 flights to get here. So that was
yeah,
2:30
but I mean,
a.m.
you know, like, okay, Baku, we finished at, I don't know, 11 o'clock or whatever it was, and you took the bus out to the airport at 2 o'clock, so you don't have any sleep, you just pack your bags, get on that, travel all day. So sometimes they're 24 or 40 hours of travel and everything. But to actually commentate on a competition, this might be the earliest one because it was 9:45 start, and we only usually have 10.
Day.
Yeah, could be. So I don't think we answered the question very well, but those are the facts. Those are the facts.
I actually, in terms of getting up early for competition, sometimes if I have been commentating senior events remotely from the UK, I don't get up early, but I stay up through the night. That's a kind of hard one to try and sound energized when you're delirious. Although I think I do delirious well.
You do delirious because it get mixed up. Your normal
high pitch
personality is already delirious. So when you add delirious to it, hey, there's no difference.
So I take ownership over it. So we have had a couple of people that have commented that from Sophia, Loving My Life, she said that the tech commentary for the Norwegian skater cut out for most of it. So we will maybe retouch base with that. And I think part of the reason for that was because that we didn't give our wonderful production team here enough forewarning.
Yes.
For the BTS, the behind the scenes stuff you don't know is that the team here are wonderfully looking after us, but we chatter off mic about things the skaters are doing during the performance. And so the production team here, Simone was assuming, they're just warbling on away to each other.
Well, they thought, oh my gosh, he's got the mic open.
Yeah.
But that was the plan. So, okay, so we'll do that again. We'll pick another skater.
It did give you some stress, though, Ted. So
what?
It did cause you some stress trying to relay everything that the tech panel.
No, during the program was easy because it's just calling what the elements are next. And then during the review process, I would say 70% of it was easy. And then when the technical panel, when two people speak at the same time, it's hard to find out which one was that. So there I would try to consolidate what was being said. So we'll try to get a little bit later. We still have 2 more groups after this. Maybe, we'll pick another skater, Mark.
Well, very quickly a question. I want my answer to be shared with the skater. Favorite skater of all time is the question from Renee G. I want it to be known that Jari Kester and Josephine Taljgaard are the people I hold dear in my heart for beautiful and engaging skating, and those are both skaters who failed to make Olympic qualification at the Skates to Milano event in Beijing recently, and both skaters I know were despondent, and I want them to know that despite the fact that they didn't have competitive success, they are my current picks. Your favorite skater of all time?
Hard.
That's so hard.
I'm so old. That is difficult. The list is long
millions
here, okay?
and millions of skaters.
Millions and millions. There's have been so many incredible skaters for a variety of different reasons and different eras. It's really hard to pick. I mean, obviously, you take a look at the consistency of Michelle Kwan. She was such a beautiful skater. Brian Boitano's 1988 Olympic performance. But Brian Orser overall, for me, was just the ultimate skater in that era because he would have competed well in this era.
Yeah.
Right. So
Nadja Savic, who's in this event currently 21st place, she's now making my list as well.
There
I
you
really
go.
enjoyed her performance.
There you go.
She needs to hear that maybe too.
Okay.
Not that my opinion makes much, but
Yeah. We'll see. Our next skater represents Korea, Yujae Kim. Now, her sister competed last week in Baku, so that's a family affair, that's for sure. Mark?
Yeah, and Yujae Kim looked so impressive this morning. She really impressed me in practice skating to Icarus. Well, Ted, Yujae KIM this morning, you know, we have lots of notes to take and we're busy working away getting prepared. But when I was coming into the venue this morning, Yujae KIM was on practice and I couldn't, I had to just watch.
Yeah.
She was just so wonderful in practice this morning and, you know, did a complete run through, a full run through. So this is not a reflection. This morning's performance, I think, would have been pushing one of the best scores that we've seen thus far in this season. Tight though, competition.
But she had to fight to get that free leg back. That was the problem, not the takeoffs, not even the rotation, but just as we see here, here's the double axel. Watch the free leg right there, sticks forward, get it back in time, and she did to stay on that edge, but that is just a 0.05 plus. Now let's take a look here. There's the Lutz, that was a beauty. Gets the free leg back quickly up into the triple toe loop, pardon me. That was nice. But let's watch the last element, the triple loop here, same thing. Watch this free leg get stuck in front, slow coming out and has to squeak it out, but then do a 3-turn. So she loses 0.77 on that element for the lack of quality.
But for me, I see within Yujae KIM, more so this morning particularly, but the improvement on the program component scores. And so she and her twin sister have been so consistent over the past 3 seasons on the Junior Grand Prix. And I did wonder how were they ever going to compete with the Japanese skaters whose components were always that little bit higher. But Yujae this morning, at least, showcasing me that that progression is being made. But, you know, we're now comparative to Elisa Lengyilova, who to me, still much stronger overall and in components too.
Yes, well, she had a great program. This was a little bit of a struggle, but you know what? You have to learn to fight on those days that are off, and she did that. She kept the free leg off.
Yes,
she could put it down, but she didn't.
That's such a good point. I'm making the comparison with what I saw this morning.
Yes.
But this is actually, for other skaters that don't have the experience that Yujae has, a wonderful example of not letting anything go, even if it's not comfortable.
Every time you skate a program, it's always different. So you have to learn how to handle each difference. 62.69 is the season's best this year. That'll put her currently in second place as we get kind of a smile. Yujae, so, okay, not too bad. That shows your overall quality. Our next skater represents Japan, Sumika Kanazawa. And she has a 63.37 personal best, earning that in week 3 in Varese, where she won that event and would love to have another win here or a second place, Mark.
And inspired by Oleksandra Trusova in skating to this music, Call Me Cruella by Nicholas Brutel. This is such an interesting and exciting young skater. Sumika Kanazawa, 13 years old, but in practice this morning she was great. But this, a complete contrast to the Korean skater we've just seen. She has elevated her game under the pressure of the performance, and that's just a testament to the kind of fiery competitor that she must be.
She has elements, and I don't mean technical elements, but element of performance and feistiness as Kari Sakamoto, because she's a fighter. And you can see it wasn't all perfect takeoffs, but she made it work, and she had this character she carried all the way through the program, determined to skate clean, which she did.
And I read that as we see the opening double axel,
and good speed, just good running edge.
Kaori Sakamoto style, kind of reminding you of the flow. But Sumika has already said as we see the triple lutz, which triple toe was better.
System, yeah, came in the system.
Oh, this is what you said.
Now watch this in a second. So you see the camel spin here. She's turned upside down with her upper body. That's a feature. But watch this. It's amazing. There she does a little jump, but keeps the camel going. And I haven't really seen that. Not easy to do, Mark.
No, such strength required not to let the free leg drop out of the camel spin position as we see the triple loop. And Sumika has already been vocal in acknowledging to the Japanese press that she's already focused on 2030 Winter Olympics. So as we see that flying sit spin, the sit forward and the change of edge, that's amazing to hear of a skater. She's only 13. She was landing all her triples at novice B competitions in Japan at 10. So without apart from triple axel, at 10 years old, she was already competing with Sako through to triple lutz. But she's already, she's not stopping at just winning junior Grand Prix. She's thinking about 5 years' time and presumably thinking about.
She's got a very clear vision of where she wants to go. That can change in time, but probably not. When you're that young and you know what you want to do, you might doubt yourself along the way because you're going to get turned around on which direction am I moving, and am I doing it well? And take a look at the scores for Sumika, 64.26, and that puts her in second. You can see she wanted to be at first. Yeah, and that is the sign of a competitor. I mean, she'll deal with it. Look how tight it is. Oh yeah, look how close it is. That's hilarious. Great. Our next skater represents Italy, Nicole De Rosa, and she is 15 years old. Mark?
And Nicole competing in her first Junior Grand Prix event. Complete contrast of music now. Wakan Tanka and Great Spirit. Italy's Nico De Rosa completes her short program, and it's so interesting to see the different approaches from the skaters. Nicole will be understandably upset because that wasn't the skate that she was hoping for, but for us, so fascinating to see a completely different perspective and interpretation. And it's interesting that the coaching lineup of Gabriele Mincio and Stephanie Cuel and Linda Mariotti have also been involved with Laranaki Gutman, fellow Italian skater who's gaining so much traction online for her performance ability and her interpretation. And you see that also in Nicole.
Yeah, you can change in a person's vision of themselves. We see the triple loop as to what they're capable of doing, and this is a different program, but really well done. Triple Salchow, and that is going to be downgraded. No, it's just under rotated actually up into the double toe loop. There we go. And the double axel. That was great lift on that jump, so you can see she can do it. The other ones are just a little bit lower than she probably normally does in training sessions.
And interesting as we look back at some of the step sequence to see in Nicole constant use of arms, head, neckline. And I know it's trivial, but even down to the eye makeup that she's got, there's obviously a invested care and interest in the production perspective.
Well, if you're going to do a theme, I mean,
Go
follow
for it.
through with it.
Yeah.
Don't do it at all, right? So there's nothing worse than, oh, what were you? And you say, oh, really? I didn't see that.
And
so,
she's, you know, she's even got like feather on the costume. It's cool.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she would probably have lessened some of the interpretation if she could get that triple loop out. That's probably going to be in the mind of Nicole.
But you've got to work for that equal, you know, the equality of performance and technical.
And it's interesting then if I make that comparison with other Italian skaters that are gaining traction a little bit later in their career. For Laranaki, who's always been good, but now she's getting resonance with her performance value because it's over and above and beyond what so many others do.
And what people saw from her before.
Yeah.
So when you make that big transition, people go, whoa, look at that. So different. 43.30 for Nicole. That'll put her currently into 15th place.
Currently in the 15th place.
Well, that is the conclusion of group number 6. No, it's not. We have one more. Hey, stay
Hold
focused
on there,
here.
boy.
Slow down.
Representing Denmark, Camilla Winter-Poulsen.
Camilla Winter-Poulsen from Denmark. She has a personal best of 48.96, just a season's best of 32.90. She'd love to top that score here right now, Mark.
And Camilla explained she has very fond memories of competing here at the Solidarity Cup. That indeed the place where she had her ISU personal best. Skating to Jazzman.
One, two, three. He plays so sexy to me. 3, 4, 5, 6. Kid's got some brand new licks. 6, 7, 8. Down by the snake at the lake, there's a joint that's ready to blow. Every hand in the band's got a sound howling away. It must be Judgment Day. Run it down like a cat in a hole. That's the way they do it. That's the way they roll. They call it Jazzman. The bass pocket is quick. They call it Jazzman. The drum is jumping the joint. They shake it down, down, down like a photo from a cross.
Mark, when this young woman started approaching with that incredible triple Lutz, you could see what a good skater she is.
Yeah.
But one of those performances that these little mistakes crept in and just slips here and little falls there, and she'll be disappointed. But she's really a good skater. We didn't see that coming necessarily. This was not her day, for sure. But we know how much better she can do. How much better she can skate.
And I so respect and admire that Camilla Winterpoolsen from Denmark is still kind of smiling and laughing in reaction to that, because it's not a reflection of how good she is. And this is a skater that's moved alone.
Watch this here. Triple Lutz explodes straight up in the air. Huge all the way around. Beautiful. Up into a double toe loop. Okay, carry on.
Nice. She's moved alone 3.5 hours from her hometown just over a month ago, so she's adapting to new training environment and facilities. But you know, in that adaptation process, you're going to find, you know, discombobulation, and that was how she must have felt on this double axel.
Yeah, the takeoff looked okay, but it didn't get the lift like the triple Lutz did, so she didn't have enough time to get the free leg out. So we even hear that slip right there, unusual.
Because it was such a cool highlight move. She does it so well.
And we talked about the danger of knee slides, that you can easily make a fall off it.
But I really like the Jazzman, it's Beth Hart, the choreography listed as Ivana Reitmayerova, and I liked so much of the choreography. It's not got a huge composition component score, but that is her highest of the 3 components, and good to see the team in the Kiss and Cry happy.
Really like your skating. You're a powerful skater. You've got a great program. This was not your day, those funny sort of mistakes, but you're on the right track, that's for sure. Anybody who can explode up into a beautiful clean triple Lutz like that can apply that lift, if you will, to the other jumps, which didn't happen today, but we know you can. Let's take a look at the short program scores. For Camilla, season's best at 35.91. We'll think about if she did the other elements, which she could completely do. It would have been a huge score for her. That'll put her currently in 23rd place. Well, there is our next skater, and she might be able to contend for the podium or close to. Anyway, Shiqi GAO from China. She has a 60.40 personal best. The season's best is 54.18 for her. She was 13th in Ankara. Didn't have her greatest skate there, Mark.
Yeah, and Shiqi is struggling a little bit in the practice this morning. She will skate to Maurice Ravel's Bolero. China's Shiqi GAO coming into this with the eagerness to push close towards the podium. She's been in the top 10 multiple times at the Junior Grand Prix in past events.
Yeah,
costly
it was costly, and she made a mistake in Ankara as well. But she's a wonderful performer. I wish she would have held that final position at the end. She showed her disappointment immediately, broke that position. Not that it would have made a big difference point-wise, but commitment to the performance all the way. You need that, and she has it. You can see this right off the beginning. It's beautiful. She has some really nice details. We take a look at the loop here. Great start, good lift, and that is on the quarter on the landing, but still landed nicely. Double axle here, no problem. That's nice and clean. There it is. Not a lot of lift, but good speed on the landing. And here is the problem. There's the reach down for the left, but mispick. The timing of the left leg jumping and the pick going in were off, and therefore did not get the elevation on that lift to have enough time in the air to get all the way around. It's unfortunate, but you can see some of the details here. Really nice performer, but this was not a technical day.
And interesting to compare as we look back at some of the transitional content from Shiqi, this amazing lay back to side, the reverse of what most take in terms of the features of the layback spin. Her components not too far adrift from Nayeon KO, the Slovakian who leads the field at this point. So judges certainly engaged with the components aspect from Shiqi, but the triple lutz coming in at less than 3 points of value, whereas the triple lutz triple toe that the leader had almost 12 points. So it's giving us a reference point for what was lost for Shiqi on that one element, which potentially cost her the lead.
Scores for Shiqi GAO from China, 50.97. Certainly not what she's capable of, but it is what happened on this day. And that'll put her currently into 9th place.
Thomas Kenneth fist pumping the next skater, the final skater in this penultimate group in the women's short program in Gdansk, Dutch Ula ZADNIKAR. Luca opens with triple toe as her first element in this short program. the Netherlands' Luca de Gijssen completes a short program that is showing consistency when I'm looking back at the performance from her in Ankara, similar in terms of the inputs from the technical panel, and that's so impressive when the pressure is really on for these young skaters.
Well, this skater has wonderful technique, and she's physically extremely strong and stable, so she's solid on those takeoffs, air positions, and on the landings as well. We'd like to see her connect a little bit more with the music, particularly in the step sequence, but that's detail, or that's under construction now. Can't do everything all at once as we take a look at this triple toe. See how straight she is, how tight she is in the air. Takes a sort of a double bounce, use the knees to get up into that second triple toe. Just a beauty. You see here the double axel. Look at the free leg lifter way up in the air. Get that free leg back just in time to stabilize the landing. And then, of course, this triple loop was just a wonderful, beautiful jump. Flow in and flow out.
And I always think that when the skater then is able to deliver fair consistency, then it's really making that clear signal out as to what is to be worked on. And so either for Luca now is just moving the increased difficulty of triple loops potentially as the part of the jump combo, which carries greater value, or to take the real focus now upon the skating skills and the composition and the presentation, because she's given to the judges here on different countries, different Grand Prix, her best.
And you know, I would always trust her to jump. I don't feel that she's you know, something might go wrong at some point, but she's a stable jumper. She knows where she is on the takeoff. She uses the momentum coming in to launch herself into the air. She understands where her balance point has to be and where her body line's going to be in the air, and she knows how to check out. Starting rotation is one thing, stopping it is another, but she's good at both those phases. Let's take a look at the scores for Luca. 50.25, that is a new season's best, and that will put her currently in 10th place. Good score. We'll take a look there. And pretty tight from where she is in 10th all the way up to 6th. Pretty tight there. Just 7-point spread. We take a look at the standings after group number 6, and we're breaking a record now, Mark. We are entering group 7 of the women's. Now, I think we've done group 8. We've done 8 groups once.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, well.
But we're getting there. Now, we may make no sense whatsoever in the final 2 events, but
I feel we need to caveat what comes with apologies for mistakes made.
Yeah, let's send out our apology cards right off.
Yes, indeed.
As we get ready for the ice resurfacing, and Mark will deliver the next lineup of videos. Where do we go?
The first of the videos to be played during this ice resurface will be our must-watch moments from Ankara, and then to the series that we mentioned during the last ice resurface, the Figure Skating Basics series, where we discuss some of the different jumps necessary in this sport.
Much more to come from Gdansk here on day 1. Stay with us. We'll be back after this. Welcome to the must-watch moments from Ankara, an exciting event in the men's, pairs, women's, and dance. Mark, let's talk a little bit about the men's event.
The men's must-watch moment goes to the champion from Korea, Min-kyu Seo, the former junior world champion, coming into the form of his life and achieving a personal best in the free skate in Ankara to take the title, 15 points towards his participation in the final.
And in the women's event, Mayuko Oka of Japan, a shy young skater coming here just to enjoy the competition, ends up taking this title, and shy as she was thrilled with her performance.
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to the champions from Ukraine, Irina Pidgina and Artem Kaval. They came into this event as the heavy favourites, and they lived up to that expectation by taking 15 points on the Junior Grand Prix Series this year and the title in Ankara.
In the pairs event, Eva Kemp and Jonathan Elizarov of Canada won their second title in as many weeks. They were behind after the short program, but skated a brilliant free to take the title here in Ankara.
A must-watch moment has to go to America's Zofia Bezkorovanaya, who dedicated her performance to her best friend Everdy Livingston and Inna Volyanskaya, her former coach, who both tragically lost their lives earlier this year on flight 5342.
My extra must-watch moment from Ankara is Lelou Remesson from Belgium, who skated to the Wednesday Addams theme and was so convincing and compelling in that overall performance. Welcome to the Basics of Skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements. Mark?
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps the skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the Salchow jump now, different from the axel, Mark.
That's forward takeoff with the axel. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the Salchow.
Back inside edge takeoff, little movement on that free leg. There's the Salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe pick or like the use of the free leg. There's just one edge. The free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in and one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axle and the Salchow. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on our back outside edge, and we tap in to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
And now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now, once again, this jump uses the toe pick to help lift the skater in the air. Mark?
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is a back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, you hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is an outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly. Mark?
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off with the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
From Japan, Kaoru Kawada. From Great Britain, Emma Lyons. From Hungary,
Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk, Poland, week number 6. We've been having some fun here in the studio with our Italian friends, colleagues, family, really. Italian family.
Yeah, I'm going to miss the team.
No, I'm just picking up my Italian accent. What's the matter for you, eh?
I think your Italian accent has really improved. I think your Italian
But you taught me some words.
vocabulary-
You taught me some words, and I was happy that they were legal. So,
Well, I have...
being the Scottish guy who knows Italian.
Well, 4 years of Junior Grand Prix, I think I've slowed down my Italian learning. I think I need to embrace the fact that we're surrounded by these wonderfully passionate Italians and learn a little bit more.
Wonderfully passionate. What Italian isn't passionate? Well, some are more quiet.
I interestingly was listening to a very, very interesting podcast, which the skaters might like to listen to, and it was Jay Shetty with Madonna, and I didn't appreciate that Madonna is Italian, which is probably a heathen statement to make, because I'm sure most people would have probably been more educated about Madonna being Italian, but she was saying indeed that, but because she is Italian, she is therefore a very passionate individual.
I see. Okay.
Fiery, I think.
What kind of questions do we have?
Questions that have come in. Thank you. I think we need another influx of questions. So this is our request for most fascinating question. You know what we should do? We should give prizes.
Okay,
for best questions.
We don't say that on the air. You haven't asked anybody what prizes, who's providing, and what is the cost. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Just everybody
I'll
close
think
your
about
ears.
that.
What
No.
Mark thinks about this.
I mean, I can't say the prize will be that great. I didn't say the prize would be amazing. I just
Prize is dinner with you?
No, I was thinking like a little shout out on social media, not quite.
Oh my God, Mark, you got to think before you speak. Then.
True.
Anyways, carry on.
Well, we've had a very important question from a very important person. What did you have for lunch?
A chicken with a mushroom sauce, which was quite nice, and a kind of like a coleslaw salad.
Yeah, they're good at that.
I like that. That's really good. And I don't know what else was in there.
Rice.
Rice? No, I didn't eat the rice.
I had the ratatouille. A ratatouille.
Yeah, you had everything but meat.
Yes, Teresa's made the question.
Okay, folks, we're live on air here, so...
Okay, back in the room. Okay, so other questions coming in. And one of them comes from Millie Ice Dance, and she asks, why are there no solo ice dance events? And for those that are new to the sport, that is an increasingly popular discipline. It is not represented at a world championship as yet, but I know that there are technical committees who are really promoting and supporting that aspect of ice dance, and I think that increasingly it will garner more traction. And now we already have a number of international events that celebrate solo ice dance. It hasn't made the it hasn't got its own series akin to that of the Junior Grand Prix as yet, but I think it will grow in popularity, and so we're increasingly likely to see it.
I think there's some international novice solo dance.
Quite a lot of now over the past couple of years, there are quite a lot of international events that just haven't made it to this level whereby more people are perhaps engaging and checking in with the solo ice dance, but certainly there is no doubt that that is increasing in its popularity and will be represented more, I am sure. So as we look at this final warm-up group, 6 minutes of ice time for the skaters on ice, other questions coming in pertaining to the volume of views that some of the performances that we've seen on the international circuit have had lately, and certainly that is something that everybody's really conscious of, is that we want to increase the awareness of our sport, and we're really passionately hoping that the teams can continue to garner more and more support. And I suppose whilst we are intrinsically involved with the social media teams that create the content, everybody here just so mindful and aware that we want the skaters on screen currently and at senior events to continue getting appreciation for the efforts. And whilst we are not aficionados of other disciplines and other sports, we feel conscious that the sport of figure skating is one of the most challenging and one of the most life-consuming, and so it feels only fair that these wonderful athletes and artists continue to be celebrated and revered for what they contribute to the sport.
What a great answer, but I didn't actually hear the question because I was offline.
It was just a debate as to the volume of views that skaters have online, and you know, there's reference about, oh, why would this skater get more views? And certainly there are some skating nations which are
views. Did you say
like views on YouTube, hits on YouTube?
Oh, okay, yeah.
There are some nations which have a greater fan base for our sport, and you know, there's no point disputing that or debating that. You know, I know that you know, the great legend that is Yuzuru Hanyu cultivated an amazing following globally, and we're sad that, you know, that there aren't that kind of traction for the sport currently, but we all really hope that that is the case, and there's nobody, you know, that doesn't want that for these athletes presently. And I think everybody on the ground, everybody, you know, dealing with the skating currently and presently, everybody wants that kind of traction and celebration.
It wasn't long ago that you couldn't follow the skaters any more than just watching the event. Now with social media, you know, it's good and bad, as we well know.
Yep.
But you're able to, you know, track down a performance and see highlights, etc., etc. So yeah, no, it's all good.
And I think, you know, I always think back to times when, you know, some of the skaters that we have referenced, which hopefully the skaters on screen currently, they also maybe check in with, and they look back at amazing stellar performances in our sport over the past, you know, 30, 40 years plus. Those performances, though, we had to wait for the World Championships. We didn't get access and exposure to the skaters in the same way that we do now, but now our sport is competing with so many other sports that are so easily viewed.
Yeah, the increase in women's sport particularly, which is great. It's wonderful. It's just, you know, blowing the airways, really. There's so much to watch. The women's rugby was huge, of course, and women's hockey, and there's so many sports. It's fantastic. As we take a look at our next skater, ready to take to the ice for their competition here in day one in Gdansk. Karuko Wada of Japan. She was 8th at the Junior World Championships. And in Varese, she was 4th, just off the podium. Hope to improve on that right now.
And as we talk about great skaters of the past, Karuko Wada inspired by the brilliant Mao Asada. The silver medalist from this event 12 months ago, Japan's Kaoruko Wada, completes a short program, and we were discussing just the ramifications of a mistake like Kaoruko Wada had in that performance, how crushing that can be, but
Yeah.
especially for an athlete who has had success as she has had.
You know, we were just talking about that. You know, for some skaters that are making, you know, as you're a junior, making mistakes on the way up, you learn to park it and move forward. But for these Japanese and Korean skaters as well, of course, they make so few mistakes. Are they practice and be able to park a mistake and move forward? Well, she finished the program lovely. Triple loop perhaps might be under rotated. There's the double axel. Good speed on that takeoff. Wonderful flow on the landing as well. Let's see what happens right here. There's the triple lutz. That looked good. And then, boom. Just the, I don't know, the timing of the takeoff. Yeah, it just opened right up. Let's see what happens here. Let's throw this right down on a loop and see what the landing's like. Yeah, that's under rotation for sure in the system as well. But beautiful edges and skating skills, as we always say, because it's always true from the Japanese skaters.
Yeah, and for Kaoruko, she was only 6th in the short program in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment this year in Varese, as we did this amazing speed in the Bielmann position. But in that, she still had the second highest program component scores, thanks to the wonderful flow and glide that she has. And I just really, you know, really kind of want to encourage and support Kaoru Kawada, because she was second at the Junior Grand Prix final last year, so she comes into this season presumably aspiring to compete and be competitive with the likes of Mao Shimada. And this second event, you know, is difficult to swallow the score that she's about to achieve, having had so much fun.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the short program score for Kaoru Kawada of Japan. It's 53.41. That'll put her in 8th place. And that's going to be tough for her.
Oh, but so polite.
Yeah, so polite, so wonderful, and about 9 points away from the podium, which is relatively a big distance. But such a capable skater.
Next to skate.
Our next skater,
Great Britain,
Mark, represents Great Britain, Emma Lyons.
And Emma, delighted to be competing on the Junior Grand Prix. Relatively late call up to this event. A skater who's already making the transition and mindful of competing at senior events too. Skating to Something's Got a Hold on Me.
Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah.
Great Britain's Emma Lyons completes a fun short program to Something's Got a Hold on Me, and Emma had explained, just delighted to be here, and her focus was very much on herself and enjoying the experience. She trains in a location where she's been surrounded by other athletes that have gone on to become Olympians with Debbie Briggs and Simon Briggs. She knows what's necessary for success and knows that just being here, while she's got a lot of work to do on the increased technical difficulty, is a huge opportunity for her to learn and grow.
Yeah, I love the energy throughout the program, and take a look at that triple salchow. Looked good, but she kept the upper body turning, so she had to go right away into the single toe loop. Big, beautiful double axle.
Yeah, solid.
And love that little split jump. When that goes into the triple loop after that split jump, that'll be special.
Good transitional content out of that too.
Really nice camel spin position there.
And I love hearing from Emma and just hearing her awareness of where she's at and the maturity and mindfulness of not coming here being intimidated by what will take place. She's obviously educated and aware there will be skaters doing triple loop from, as the solo jump, triple loops, triple toe, triple axles as we've seen. But she's right here, right now, enjoying the moment. And we can't hear her, but she's giving a shout out, I'm sure, to those that she loves at home.
Well, she has the same energy in the kiss and cry that she did in the performance and enjoying the moment. Can't ask for much more than that.
And nice to see Debbie Briggs here on occasion. We've seen so often Simon and Jason, but Coach Debbie here for this one.
It's true. Let's take a look at the scores for Emma Lyons, 39.35. That'll put her currently into 22nd place. The great thing about juniors is that there's no cutoff, so if you come here, you're going to do the short and the free. So the good amount of experience can be gained on a journey such as this. Our next skater represents Hungary, Zofia Zablaki, and she was third in her junior national championship and 27th in Ankara in week number 2.
And Zofia au skate to Maison by Emilio Piano. Another skater showcasing great consistency on the Junior Grand Prix. Hungary's Zofia is the blackie, and she delivering again the way that she did similar to in Ankara, but more confidence, more speed, more attack, showcasing what we would expect to see as the season progresses, as Yulia Sebastian hugs her ringside. And one of the nicest things about all of that was the training mate, just in the corner of screen, Vlasenko, who will compete in the men's event, was there ringside to support as well. Really like that.
We take a look at the triple flip. Not a lot of speed coming in or out, but she's just working on that technique, and that's under-rotated in the flip. Here's the triple loop. Watch the landing right there. That is also under-rotated. Not a downgrade, but under-rotated.
And I actually think, Ted, as we see her stepping up into the double axel, that Zofia showcased better technique here, visibly better technique here than in Ankara. The leg wrap was lessened, the leg position was better.
Yeah. So improvement made, and those are the types of things that a coach would see, or we would see, maybe not the non-skating viewer.
Yeah, and not enough yet to get the full rotation on the flip and the loop, and so she still has, she loses 20% of the base value because they're still under-rotated, but they're certainly showcasing progression closer.
Yeah.
Nice Beelman to finish.
Yeah. Lovely music, lovely program. A little bit more speed momentum, that is the energy. If you convert that energy as you leave the ice, it's going to help snap you into rotation. But she's at a very good stage of development. She's got a good coaching staff, that's for sure.
Well, isn't that great to see, young Yulia supporting, young teenagers competing internationally, representing Hungary, all supporting one another. It's a really good example, I think, of sportsmanship, because Vlasenko could be focusing on himself now and back at the hotel and worrying about his performance to come, but instead he's electing to support.
Yeah. And as they always have to do, patiently wait for the scores to see if does that line up with what they felt they did, and then taking a look and say, well, what is it that I felt the jump was clean, but then you take a look, no, it wasn't. So those are things that are really important for the skaters to look at the detailed sheet. 42.19, that'll put Zofia currently into 21st place.
And now just 3 skaters left in this competition as we head to Lithuanian representative Milena Sanavskait. A relatively late call up to this competition, proudly representing her country, skating to Blackbriar. Very beautiful finish position for Lithuania's Milana Stanskait, who has interestingly really tweaked the planned program content. Previously, when she last competed in Ankara, she started with the triple loop and saved the triple-triple combination for later in the program. On this occasion, she changed that around, and that has appeared thus far to have played into her hands, because in her last event, the triples were under-rotated, whereas triple toe clean, and the triple loop just a Q mark. So just an impact on the grade of execution, not the base value of the element. So tactical changes learned through the season paying off.
And just small details that other people wouldn't notice, but it's effective. There's the triple toe, well done. Nice and clean in the judging system, gathering 8.8 points. And there's the triple loop. That is landing on the quarter, but another 4 points gained there. The double axel, this was a bit back on the heel on the takeoff, a little outside the circle. That's a step out, so she loses 1.13 points off the GOE.
And as we see this commitment to the step sequence, there was brilliance from Milana in terms of keeping eyeballing the judges, keeping on showing her commitment to the presentation. And the presentation for Milana is the highest of her 3 components. So she's pushing the high fives in the presentation as we see this good maintenance of the speed in the Bielmann.
Nice. Nicely centered.
Yeah. And I love this. Yeah. Position was gorgeous.
Again, sliding without holding your position, whether you're leaning back. This one easy out. We saw somebody else fall a little earlier on a knee slide.
Oh, that's okay. Double hearts. And the coaches so often then able to check almost immediately the input from the technical panels, just to have an understanding of how the panel have reviewed the performance.
It's a really good thing to do, because if the skater comes off the ice wondering, well, what happened, what went wrong, and you look at it, oh, okay, so that was under, then it sort of settles the expectations and emotions down. 50.42, season's best. That's a hug from her coach, and that put her in 11th place, and she's happy with the score.
It's that landmark of getting over 50.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Good for her. Smile with a thumb up.
Double thumbs up.
Oh, yeah, but she had only one. No, coach. Okay, here we go. Our next skater represents Hong Kong, Chloe Desiree Leong. She was 41.44 personal best, but that was back in 2022. She was at the Asian Open, was 13th this year.
And that personal best coming from this event, so knows the venue. How much of a difference have the last 3 years made as she skates to Tightrope by Michelle Williams.
Some people long for a life that is simple and planned, tied with a ribbon. Some people won't sail the sea 'cause they're safer on land, to follow what's written, but I'd follow you to the great unknown. Hand in my hand and we promise to never let go. We're walking a tightrope high in the sky. We can see the whole world down below. We're walking a tightrope. Always in motion, so I risk it all just to be with you. And I risk it all for this life we choose. And my heart and you promised to never let go. We're walking a tightrope high in the sky. We can see the whole world down below. We're walking a tightrope, never sure where you catch me if I should with you.
Hong Kong's Chloe Desiree Leung, the penultimate skater in this short program. She's had a long wait to be able to perform. A long time in anticipation. And unfortunately, she took that fall on the triple loop. 4 of the 7 elements for Chloe just being reviewed.
Yeah, unfortunately, she has a little bit of suspect landings, and so the technical panel will take a look at those landings and determine whether they're under-rotated or downgraded.
But I don't know fully Chloe's backstory in her skating education, but I think she only trains 3 hours a week in Hong Kong, and my understanding of the rinks there, they are not anything like the facility that we're currently in. As we see the triple toe, which was good, squeaking out the double toe. But good to see the smile on the face, not too despondent at that mistake. She sticks the landing of that double axel.
There's that flying sit spin, and that comes in at a level 4. So all 4 features. We see the jump in the middle of it with a tuck free leg behind. Keeping it pretty centered, not a lot of speed throughout that spin, but keeping it centered. The triple loop, of course, that is downgraded and takes the fall for that. Nice camel spin, though.
I was going to say this, the change fit combo spin, probably the highlight of the elements, the technical element score for Chloe. Sit side, the variation, maintaining speed. She maintains and indeed increases speed in the upright variation. Which
And
is good
really
for
well
Chloe.
centered. Stayed pretty much at the same spot through all those positions, which is not easy to do.
And actually not very common. I think that with the requirements of the spins being such difficult level, that skaters maintaining center is diminishing in its consistency.
Sitting and waiting on the couch. I think we've got a downgrade on the triple loop, but under rotation of the double axle. The triple toe is also under rotated into the end of the double toe combination. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements in the minus GOE. So she's going to lose on that because, yeah.
Yeah, but I'd love to hear from Chloe and just find out, what is her story? Why is it now, 2022 when she last was in the Solidarity Cup? Now back 2025, how much training time has been available to her, and what's the motivation, what's the excitement to keep putting herself into the competitive arena?
I
Eager to know her story.
I think competing is addictive from the perspective that if maybe in some cases not about the other competitors, it's about yourself. You want to see under this weird feeling of nerves, can you produce what you're trained to do? Let's take a look at the score. 34.28 for Chloe. That'll put her currently into 33rd position.
Currently in the 33rd place.
Not hanging around.
Our final skater in the women's short program representing Czechia, Katerina Anusova. She has a personal best back in 2022, another skater we haven't seen for a while, of 43.65. Mark?
And Katerina, a skater who studies at a sports high school, so she has the backing in her academics to pursue her skating ambitions. And she skates to I Put a Spell on You.
I put a spell on you because you're mine. You better stop doing things you do. I tell you, I am you know I can't stand it. You're running around, no better than me. I can't stand it because you bring me down. Oh, I put a spell on you. No, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love you anyhow. And I don't care if you don't want me. I'm yours right now. I put a spell on you because you're mine. I listen so deep in your eyes. I'm touching you more every time. When you leave, I'm begging you not to go. Call your name 2-3 times in a row. Such a funny thing for me to try to explain. How I'm feeling in my pride is what I'm laying. Cause I know I don't understand just how you could do it, don't understand. Got me looking so crazy right now. 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 Got me looking crazy right now. Your kiss got me hoping you see me right now. Looking so crazy in love. Got me looking so crazy in love. Looking so crazy, my baby. I'm not myself. When we are foolish, I do this. I play myself, baby. I don't care.
Czechia's Katarina Hanasova completes her short program, the final skater in the women's short program in Gdansk. And a skater who's already had some challenges this year, she said that a week before the Czech test skates, her skates broke down, so she had to frantically try and replace them and compete in the new skates, but did well enough to secure herself a spot here at the Junior Grand Prix again. You can see she's disappointed, she was wanting more, but it wasn't an awful skate.
No, it wasn't at all. And she's a very strong, powerful skater. Let's take a look at this element. Good speed. Look at the size of that triple toe loop.
Wow.
Huge. Up to the second one. Nice work. Under rotation on the second triple toe loop, but that first one was magnificent. There's the triple loop. That one got the shoulders turned ahead of the hips. And that, watch this little jump out of this camel spin right there. Small little jump.
Wonder if it got called for the camel spin. Level
Just
3.
level 3, so missing one of the features for sure. And double axle and up. Lots of space. Yeah, nice. Not a lot of ice coverage. Nice flying sit spin.
Yeah, and a good speed within the sit side variation. Interesting, Katarina explained to us that she's working on triple axle as well. So a skater who's obviously eager to be in, a contender.
I could see that.
Yeah.
She's got good technique and she's strong. She could launch that thing, get high enough and fast enough in the air. So I can see that working in the future.
And kudos to coach Olga Petramentova, who was also coach to Jana Horsakova, who we saw in an earlier Junior Grand Prix. She's been a successful skater for Czechia as well. And both coach and the two women that compete in Junior Grand Prix for Czechia, I'm sure, pushing each other day to day in practice.
Her personal best score is 43.65, and this is a 45.15. That previous best score was last year, and that'll put her currently into 16th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes
Well, we have kind of a new leader.
Surprising.
Yeah, really.
That is not common that we don't see Japan or Korea.
No, and you know what? She absolutely earned it.
Yes.
Which is terrific skate by Alicia Lengelova of Slovakia. She is in the lead with a 64.77, Sumika at 64.26, and then we have Yujae Kim of Korea with a 62.69, your top three. And there is a look at the rest of the field. which is a big one, 38.
I can't call the result of this event. We really enjoyed the short program, but what makes it exciting is that in the free skate to come, I can't predict for sure what's going to happen.
No, absolutely not. We've seen lots of changes. This whole season has been a little bit with some surprise skaters coming up, so it's been really exciting for sure. That concludes our coverage of the women's short program. Up next will be the pair short program. There are 19 pair teams. That is exciting, and that'll start at 15:30 local time here in Gdansk. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the women's short program. Up next, pair short. We hope that you'll stay with us. Goodbye, everyone.